Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to fix something here. There we go. So I can have the camera even here. Hello, everybody. Welcome, everybody. Keep flooding in. I'm just checking my messages real quick. Never stop working. Okay, what are you? Hello, hello. Lane, Clostia. Hello, Cindy, Missy Thomas, Chris, Angela Roberts. Hello, hello, Jackie, April, Barbara, Lena, Celeste, Honey Bun, Rain Cloud. Quite a few here. Felicia, keep on coming in, guys. You're doing great. We've already got quite a few in here already. Oh, yeah, I see that. I'm just looking at messages as well, guys. Sorry. From my messenger. I shut my Facebook down for a little while. I keep my messenger, so. Wendy, Country Bumpkin, Mocha Boss, Carrie, Sammy G, Rain Cloud. We are all doing great here. We just got back from visiting New York. So we're doing pretty good here. Yin Yang, hello. Let me just heart you guys. Okay, sorry about that. I have messages regarding cases as well on Messenger as on here as well. D. White, how are you, darling? Lady Divine, Kelly. Hi, everybody. Excuse me. I'm a little late because I always bless my space before I work it. I'll cleanse my space, call upon my guardians for protection, things of that nature. So it takes a little bit grounding and centering. You should never just hop into this type of work and not do what you're supposed to do. Either way, I end up having effects from it anyway. It's a lesser effect for me. So it's a little bit easier that way for me. Angie, hello. Melissa, hi. Wendy, Lady Divine, D. White. We are doing great. Tonight is open discussion. We're going to try to get some loved ones to cross over to speak with you guys. As you all know, I'll wait a few minutes. I want to get as many people as I can in here so that we can try to get some messages going here. I'm back in my space tonight. There are the balls this way. As you can see, it's in my cactus plant. And then you have one by the area over here. Both in these little corners right there, as you can see them. I will put the rim pot on if you guys are interested, but that would involve me going upstairs out of my office space. Susie, there you are, my darling. Darlene, there you are. Black Widow Channel. Hi, everybody. Black Widow Channel. Hello, everyone lurking in the bushes. Mitzi Collins. Hello, hello. Everybody keep on flooding in here, honey. Angela, how are you? Well, like I said, as we go through these lives, we just take the time to see who comes through. For me, males. Okay, so for me, this hand, now that I'm looking straight at the camera, for me, this is my left hand. So technically, this is my left, this is my right, for those who don't really are confused by the screen. From Minnesota, Leanne, hello. Are you for real? Hi. Jersey. I don't want to mess up your name. Penumbra. I hope I said that correctly. We're doing great tonight. I just got back into the state. My husband and I had to go out. As you can see, we went to New York. I will be heading down south. Not sure when, but I will be going down south, about 3 different states down south. Not sure when that's going to be. Probably going to be within the next, come here, Chase, next 6 months. I'll be popping up around places like Tennessee, things of that nature. Okay. I'm also being told Colorado. So if you guys are doing your thing, please make sure you ask for specific names. Don't ask me. Ask Spirit to give specific names. Even if you can do specific names, specific states, specific happenings, specific anything. You want your loved ones to give detailed interactions to me. Don't say what you want on here. Just see who comes through for you. Kathy Roberts, never caught alive. I am stoked. Katie Roberts. Oh, okay. Sorry, honey. Cindy Boyd. Tennessee will welcome you. I hope so. I have been doing lives on Sebastian's case. I also will be doing just videos too, because I feel like that's important to not have, and I don't mean this in a bad way, just have no interaction with you guys on here while I'm doing a session, because that also is a better way to communicate with him, so I'm not looking at messages, getting distracted. But these lives are specifically for that, though. These lives are to interact with you guys, to see who comes through for you guys, anything that might come through in that sense for cases. Okay. I am going to give you guys what I got in the next about 10 minutes. So keep giving your loved ones, questions, or have them be descriptive to me. Timing, placement, dates, months, happenings, sicknesses, anything like that, that's going to put 2 and 2 together for you guys. Thank you, Sammy. Leanne, absolutely. Boston here. I've actually been to Boston. I love it. Boston is a great place. Hello from the UK. It's 2 times for that name. Tennessee Titans is here. Dixie, Indiana is in the house. Mila, Earl, hi. I would love to give you guys as many messages as I could. If that helps somebody gain peace and serenity and healing, I would love to do that. But sometimes, there's so many people that want to speak. Sometimes there's just, it's not a battle for who gets to talk. They're actually very cordial over on the other side. This one might be a gentleman. This one might want to be like, okay, I'm just not going to get in the way of your message today. They're very, very much so like that. Kentucky is, I just read in the news, tornadoes. I hope everybody is safe down there in Kentucky. Boston, Mass. Yes, I love Boston. Boston is a great place. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you referring that to me, or are you referring that to somebody on here? No, what? Angela, as I stated in my, a lot of people want me to work on Summerwell's case. To those are the ones that don't watch my videos or are not used to being in a live with us. I have done the Summerwell case. I do believe Summer Wells is in a barrel. She will be found just by a passerby. I have quite a few people that talk about to me this on my community page. Hello, Don from UK, Fifth Element from Louisiana. I have family everywhere all over the US. I could tell you, yes, yes, yes. Kaja. My grandmama was Kaja. But what most people don't realize, we don't say Cajun, we say Kaja, or it's short for Acadia, Acadians. Born and raised in upstate New York, but I live in Tennessee. Yes, Cindy, awesome. Thank you, Susie. Our Taylor, Linda, yes, Linda for the first time. Welcome, honey. Caleb is doing great. He had some upcoming appointments we had to get to, which are very, they're very. It's a lot for him. We have, so, Caleb has a lot of needs structurally, physically, and mentally. So, my husband and I are always on the go, always on the go. A lot of people, why aren't you on here? Why aren't you on here? I don't make videos and lives for. I'm not like everybody else. I'm very home first. My son comes first, and what comes thereafter, my family comes first, and what comes thereafter is next. And I mean that with all the love and respect. Lori 626. Yes, ma'am. Laverna, first time. So my grandmama, she came from the mountains, and we're very mixed culture, my family. We have anywhere from Native American to Kaja to, excuse me, I'm being corrected, Acadian. What's one of my ancestors. I call upon them on each reading to keep me surrounded and grounded and protected. You have no idea of your lineage. I have a black cat, like 5 in the heavens, 3 years. Oh, you never know. My my lineage has a lot of different things, from Native American to Acadian to Irish to Swedish to we are a multitude of things. Greek, Italian. I have so much stuff in my lineage. I actually look like more like my grandmother. When you guys mention names, oh, nice to catch you live. I didn't get notified. Watch for you daily. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I don't know why. I always go to community. That's where I place when lives are going to be, because I do try to do these once a week, but sometimes things fall short. time and energy falls short with me. And I don't want to give you guys only half of me when I do these lives, because the more tired I am, the more empty I am to receive message from Spirit. Have you? No, I have not, Angie. Rose, my grandmother is actively dying. She is sleeping a lot. Are you able to tell me if she has been visited by anyone yet? I'm going to say this to you, Tiffany. I have, when I just read your message, I have this would be this is my female side. So, because I have to look into the screen, I'm getting myself confused with the direction. So, Tiffany, pay attention to this, because a woman with an S spoke, or female energy spoke of a S name. It could be a male, either for Sean or a girl, an S name to be specific. So, where did I put that? Okay, we're gonna put that again. Christina Johnson, yay, you made it. I'm happy that you made it, honey. You didn't get a notification either. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna start just working on I'm going to start working on scheduled digest. Maybe that'll work better for everybody, so that you all can get the notification pop up. I'm not sure how many of you will get it. Well, thank you, Kathy. R. Taylor, how is my sister-in-law doing? Has she settled in yet? I'm just going to go as I see. I just seen a woman almost like, kind of like curtsy to me. She took her dress and she kind of like pulled the bottom up a little bit, as in to curtsy, sort of, that you would do like a queen or something in that nature, if that makes sense to you. Yeah, I'm going to definitely work on that. I'm going to make sure I put in scheduled digest, because I see a lot of that. I try to be as honestly basic as possible. I try to be authentic as possible. I don't edit my videos whatsoever, because I feel like when you edit videos and this kind of work, you could miss something really important. How many of you guys say there's stuff in the background, there's noises, there's words being said? I never edit my videos for reasons of that nature. I did. Or didn't you? Yes, I did. Are you for real? I did work on that case, yes. And it's a really sad case, because I think whatever happened to her is not what they portrayed in the news. Angela, we are all born with guides. Each of us, we are all born with guides. Hello. We lost. If I do get any messages, guys, don't worry about that. That's my Caleb, for those who don't see Caleb. How is the lighting here tonight, everybody? Is it okay, or is it too bright? Can you see it? Is that all right? Is the light? Can you see things okay? Yeah, that's okay to ask that. Sure. Yeah, I did. I also did Kira Cole's, which it's a sad case. Yeah, it's a little bright. What I'm going to do is, honestly, this lighting system goes my whole way through. This is just a small, you only see a small space here. This is just, I have a whole entire basement that I've made into office space, which only has one light. So it has multiple lights on it. It just, that one light switch has one off and on. So if I was to turn off the lights, you guys wouldn't see anything. That's why I like to sometimes sit in my vehicle too. because you guys can see me. Yes, it's in a darker mode, but at the same time, it's really good to work in that lower vibrational energy too. Kasha, we'll wait and see if something comes through. You have to validate that, honey. Like I said, I don't control who comes through unless the difference between channeling and allowing a live like this. Channeling, I can do in a video. I don't need any information when I do these kind of videos. I literally just focus on what comes through by channeling the energy itself. These lives is like a free for all, so to speak. Any loved one can pop through, anyone can, of the light can come through and is allowed to give me message from spirit to their loved ones. Diane, I have been very depressed over a relationship. Do you see it getting better? It paralyzes me. I'm going to tell you like this, Diana. Never allow someone to have control over your energy. Think about the energy pull you're giving to someone to keep you pulled back, not going forward with your life. Think about it this way. And I'm going to say this in a way that might sound, don't take this the wrong way because I don't mean it that way. When we give off energy of depression from a relationship status that you might have broke off with somebody or somebody broke off with you, don't stay sad too long because it gives the universe, it's like a rubber band effect. When you give out that energy, you're going to receive that energy back. You're going to keep on receiving broken relationships in that manner. So try to do your best to just, at this time, focus on you. Focus on what you love to do. Focus on taking care of yourself. Focus on giving yourself love. Because when you do that, do you honestly know what happens? People come back around and they're going to be like, wow, what was I missing? How many times do you all see that? My chair sounds like it's farting and it's so annoying. I'm sick tonight going to bed. I hope your loved ones come through. Oh, Kentucky Mama, I hope you feel better, love. Art Taylor, that for me, Sarah, about my sister-in-law. Okay. Barbara, you're the best. I have dreams with murder victims. I just realized they were victims when I looked up. That's, you know what? That's just part of that's part of, and I need to know, okay, fifth element. I'm going to write down the words that I hear for each person. Say it. So when I read someone's name and a message, sometimes something comes through at that moment, and I need to start writing the person's name or the handle they have with whatever comes through, so I know exactly who to direct this back to. Fifth element, I got the word clue for you when I just read this, and there it is. That's why. Because that's part of your gift, honey. When you see things in your dreams, follow through with them. That might be how you are able to do this type of work, through your dreams. Yeah, I hope she feels better. Kentucky Mama is the best. Your energy, your control, absolutely. Thank you. Not hearing the chair. I hope not, because it kind of sounds embarrassing. It sounds like my chair is, being flatulent. Yeah, right. No, it's actually I have a leather chair. Here, watch. Can you hear it? Harley, girl, I love how you were Caleb. I was the same with my son. Yeah, my Caleb, he is a special God. He's my honey. I love him so much. I would do anything for him. What does it mean if you don't dream? Actually, my granddaughter does this. My granddaughter on my ex, she's my stepdaughter's, she's my daughter's stepdaughter, but I consider her as family. Um, when we don't dream, I like to think that a part of our brain closes off. And one being, I will say this, that we travel when we dream spiritually. I actually have pictures of it. People do this. So I like to think that when you think you don't dream, you're actually just going a farther distance, and it's harder to put two and two together when you wake up, if that makes sense to you. Thank you, Wendy. Crystal Nichols, will anybody be brought to justice in my death of my husband? Oh my goodness. I definitely hope so. One more question, if you have time. Does she have anyone waiting on her? My mom has been wondering. Tiffany, can you answer that, though, what I got from your question? I got a female speaking of a letter, like a word named Sean, or the name with an S in it. Can you verify that for me? So yeah, I see. I'm not seeing it refocus. As you can see, I'm moving a lot, and my camera's not refocusing. So usually the one that does that, there's a lot of energy around my field. It shouldn't be refocusing. I'm moving an awful lot. Um, Thank you for that, Kathy, for making me aware. Honey bun. I did not honey bun. I'm sorry. Some of the messages are going, but they're my mod is doing a great job keeping them slow for me. My mom used to be able to leave her body. Yeah, TJ, my father was a dream walker, and I actually viewed him doing it one night when I was sick. I slept on the couch so my mom could hear me. I had pneumonia, and I sat up one day and I saw my dad just get up out of his body and just walk around the house and then go back to his body and sit right back down. Tiffany, I don't know anyone with the name S that has passed for her. Um, does that mean you have to have her? Does that have to be someone passed on? No. Sammy, that is a very I'll do a video on what I call borrowing. I'll leave it at that, and then I will get to the video and you can all watch it and tell me what you think of it. It could be Tiffany. I'm not sure. Maybe you can ask your mom. I mean, it always makes sense, as you know, in the end. You, of all people, know when you receive a message from me, it's usually dead on. Could you maybe channel my mother by chance, please and thank you? Honey Bun, that is a video that I will do for you, because live and channeling are two different things. There are so many people on here coming through. I don't allow channeling one person on a live. It's too much energy to do, because then after I'm done channeling, I'm going to go back right to going back to other energies that want to come through, and that'll drain me fast. I had an out of body experience when I was 5 and wonder why I haven't ever had. That doesn't mean you didn't. That could just mean you weren't aware of it at the time. Fifth element, I usually, when I travel in dreams, I look down at my feet because it represents travel for me. So what I do is I look down at my feet and I end up someplace else. So it's kind of like the same idea. Water is emotion. Water does carry memory, so you can travel. Yeah, you haven't told me anything wrong yet. Yeah, Tiff, I know. But as you know, um, I definitely will not say something if I don't feel it's correct, or I will ask you and you will give me the information back as always. That's how we do it. Hello. Hoot 3. When I start giving messages of coming through, um, I will say what comes through, and if it belongs to you, you will know. So that is my the way I do it on here. Thank you, Alicia. My husband and I are going through a hard time. Can you see when things are going to get better? Who is my guide? When we have guides, I either feel our guides are our ancestors or guides are a spiritual being that is just given to us at birth. Sometimes you can see them in your dreams. You can actually meditate and meet them in your meditative state. If you can go on YouTube, you can find a meditative, I like to call it a meditative hum, because that meditative hum, while you're thinking of your spirit guide, you listen to that meditative hum, and that meditative hum is going to put you at a vibrational standpoint. You're going to feel completely calm. And then either you're going to dream it or you're going to start seeing synchronicities and things of that nature. And usually it gives you numbers, or you're going to pay attention to any type of symbolization that comes along with it. I cannot comment on Sebastian's anything that comes through Sebastian for direction. Only do, as we all know, they're watching us, and clearly, I've had to get a excuse me, tired tonight. A moderator, excuse me. Sebastian is going to Sebastian in Summer Wells are it's turned into a circus, and sadly that's what I feel like it is with Sebastian. It's turning into a circus ring. Um, just too many games, too much allowing people to just be aware that everyone knows what they've done and they're walking free. Good evening from British Columbia, Canada. Um, my grandmother was from, my one grandma was from Montreal. Darlene, I'm definitely exhausted. I probably look exhausted, but you know what? I do my best during these times. I mean, I'm not falling my face tired. When I travel, I'm not good at traveling too much. The long drives tire me, and but it's also good for me to get out of my environment because it causes stagnant energy for me as well. It's really, thank you. It's really psychic abilities run the family. I predicted my own. Yes, psychic abilities do run in the family. Most of the times it comes from the female mother line, and it's passed down generation to generation. But the problem is with the psychic ability, if you don't exercise it and use it as a tool, it'll either dissipate or it'll just be dormant and you'll see the basic little things. But I always tell people the more you work it, the more you try to understand it, not run from it, the better you'll get at it. You'll be more equipped. When you're doing exercises for the third eye, you will get a headache. Don't think that it is strange. It's just like your body. You exercise, your muscles hurt, right? Same thing for your third eye. Wendy, it's thank you. It just for me, like I said, I've done this since a child. Um, I respect spirit and the highest gratitude of things. I talking to spirits are like talking to humans for me, and I mean that with respect when I say that. Um, I like to call them energy or spirit. I don't like to say the word dead. I think I just don't like it. Tea leaves, they're very famous in Italy. Yeah, during certain times of the year, the energy will flow through a lot easier for you. Yeah, Angela, it's definitely passed down through the female side. But you know what? Here's the kicker. I get it from both sides. Both of my grandparents' lines were both spiritually gifted in that way. Um, I don't want to say one without the other. My mom is highly psychic. She can also, we won't get into that part. I don't think I should say what she's able to do because I feel like that'll draw unwelcome attention to her. My father could talk to the dead. He could go find animals that were in need. Um, my father could do this with his eyes closed. He came to the table one time and he said, "There's a dog out there that is stuck here. I need to go save it." He didn't know who the dog was. He didn't know the owner, but there he was. He got the dog free, and the dog went off. My father was very gifted in that way, and so is my mother. My mother is by far more powerful than I am in that sense in the gift area. A lot of people say that when I'm in my space, I do have an energy here. Um, so I do believe, I don't know if I should mention this. I do believe um, I do believe someone was hurt in my basement. We'll just put it that way. And um, it would be a female. Tennessee Titans, as I stated for Summer Wells, I do believe she will be found by a passerby. Now, when I mean passerby, that could be someone who is actively looking for her. Um, hold on. I think it's my husband. Um, so there is a person on YouTube, a woman and a man, they're a married couple, and they are actively looking for summer. I think it's called Ryan's World or Ryan's Way, something like that. Um, they're actively looking for summer all over the place. Um, I do believe there is going to be train tracks. The barrel is going to be in an area that is like in a almost covered way. Someone's going to notice it. And in that sense, there you go. It's Ryan's Truth. Some Harley girl. There you go. Um, someone sent me his name over and over again. I don't want to reach out to him. Um, I just don't do that. If he wants to work with me, he's able to reach out to me. I don't ever want to impose and make anybody feel uncomfortable. Could very well be their cases are very much alike. Ellie would have trouble finding. Ryan finds truth. Okay. That is the person I'm talking about though. A lot of people have put him under my um community notifications. I have been on searches with them. Oh, that's wonderful. They look like great people. Um, Jackie, you are worried about your son's health. Can you get any vibes? Is this about his leg? What about his leg, Jackie? Is there something to do with his leg? Hi, Tammy. I'm just going to check my messages really quick. Sorry. I definitely got that message, though. Gotcha. Um, when I read your message, though, Jackie, something to do with the leg comes up. Does that mean anything bad? Absolutely not. Um, I'm not sure. Maybe you can update me in a sense. Usually, when I see it, Tiffany England can tell you about that because she had asked me about something that was going on with her, and I had told her it was her stomach area. But for you, I pick up the leg. Now, this could be the upper part of his leg. It could be a hip. It could be anything. It could be just the leg in itself. Blue jean and pearls. I have never felt summer has passed. I know summer has passed. When I work with Summer's energy, I don't work with her very long, but I do know I worked with her aunt. Her aunt is a very loving person. Oh, bone marrow is made in the hip area. Okay. Maybe that's why I seen leg. I just assume when I see leg, I assume it to be like, the kneecap, the leg and down. He had a blood disorder in that required a bone marrow transplant. Okay. Jeff. Okay. Sometimes it just takes a second to understand what I'm seeing. When I see leg, to me, I assume a kneecap down most times. Like when I see watch, I know watch means when I see watch, I just know the person didn't have enough time. They would be diagnosed with something and they would leave shortly after. 6 months to a year is a short period of time to lose somebody from a physical disease. And usually when I see watch, I know that person would have died quickly. So that's just, you just have to figure the symbols out. That's all. Yeah. Hold on a minute. Did I see Angie? Okay, Aggie. What does the letter L have to do with you? L. L. Just the letter L. Because I'm reading your message and then I hear the letter L. Can you see curses, hexes, such on person? So when that is going on, I can almost, it's like I can smell a change in the person's aura. It sounds strange, I know. I don't understand how I do it. It just happens to me. It almost is like I'll see a darkness around them. I have done that, Ashley, yes, as Tiffany just stated. I just don't like to do it because it scares people. And I don't like to put the element of subjectiveness into a stream of emotions to people, because I can tell you you have something wrong with you, but that doesn't mean you're going to die from it. It doesn't mean it's not going to change in the next 5 days. It doesn't mean, if I tell somebody they've married the love of their life, 6 months down the road, what happens? Their love of their life could cheat. They could do something. Yeah, sulfur funk, basically. Sounds like what I mean on that general aspect. Dawn H69. Hi, are any family members with me? Thank you, Tanya. Is that a J? J? Jane? Or J? We'll just put that. Wendy. Chris, I'm going to tell you what came through for your message for that. The word frame, Frame, comes through when I read this message. Hello, hello. Okay, so I'm going to read off just some things that have come through, because when I see your guys' messages, I don't write. That's why I say don't tell me anything in the messages, because it's important that I don't receive leaded info. Chris, not sure what that means for you. L? It's just an initial I received. L. Hello. What is it called when you smell family members passed? That's just them coming into your presence, allowing you to know, to understand that they're around you. You would have known that they were around you when they were alive, correct? Just by the simple smell of smoke, or the simple smell of perfume, lilacs, or anything of that nature. Mama Jean, I'm not sure what you are focusing on this question about. If this is for Summer Wells, I've stated that this person Fred, didn't have anything to do with Summer's disappearance. No. There's Deborah. I hope you're feeling better, or at least a little better, Deborah. Well, what does it mean when someone pokes you or pulls the sheets off you in the middle of the night? Well, you have a trickster energy there. You should cleanse your house. Now you're freaking out. Did you mean you see the watch that means passing? Yes, yes, honey. I wasn't sure because I didn't see you answer me back with the leg thing. That's why when I see watch, it just tells me someone passed away quickly within 6 months to a year. Okay, everybody. Oh, I thought I might be someone who wanted to get my attention. Well, if there's something that comes through, then please do so. I did get a letter J or Jane. It's either Jane or Jan or something with the letter J. I'm going to show you all what I've been hearing since before I even started, actually. So the name Anne, I believe I've heard Anne before. So Anne means something because I hear her name all the time, but this is twice tonight. Colorado, twice. Now, I heard the name Joanne, but that came from my male side. So this is either a male that wants to speak to Joanne, or this male is related to a Joanne, which means on his mother's side. The word Maine 2 times. Now, I heard what I was getting into earlier, if you've seen me asking a question, was I was told step away. Now, this could have been my protective system, standing up and saying step away from her. My Kaja ancestors corrected me. Instead of saying Cajun, I was supposed to say Kaja. The S name was for Tiffany. Also the name John Paul. Also Marsh. And then Jane or Jay. Tammy, Joyce, Ann. Oh. Okay. Well, that would make sense. Claire, I'm Ann. Oh, we have a lot of Anns. Okay, geez. We have to narrow this down then. Apollo. This is the newest thing that was just said, Apollo. Does anybody fit with Apollo? Yes, I did say Marsh. You see? It is right towards the bottom there. Oh, your friend's, my mother's middle name is Joanne. Okay. L and Jane means something to me. I went to Apollo High School, or Apollo High. Your dad's name is James Marsh. Okay, James Marsh. The word mill, M-I-L-L. This is coming from so when I'm down in my space, I notice a lot of male interaction all the time when I'm down here. Male interaction all the time. Where my workspace is down here, I'm actually underground. I have 3 stories to my home. So right now I'm about 6 feet under the ground here. My house, I have like a built-in basement that's way under. And I'm also picking up energies of the land around me as well. I live on Mill Street, and so did my mother. I am by a mill too. Oh, you are by a mill too, and an old one. My mother disliked me. Why? I need to go back to this one because I feel like can anyone here see me? The name Chris. So Chris can either mean Chris Proudfoot or Chris as in person for Linda. because she's the last one I just read. Or Chris Bradford. Please read Jackie. Am I missing Jackie? Oh, please clarify. I am terrified now. My son is alive, doing well. Do you see him passing away? No, I do not see him passing away, dear. The leg, and several people on here just stated, if I felt he was going to pass, I would just get more than that. I have a male here with an accent. Can you repeat that for me? Just a little slower? What do you mean? Hold on 1 second. Jeans. Shirt. Okay, so I'm going to hurry up and read this so I don't get too distracted because I'm trying to read all your messages. I will make a video for you that, Linda. No, honey, don't be afraid of that, because that can also be someone that passed away in your family, as in quickly. Okay? No, to me, this is a Southern accent. Christy, love, there you are, my love. So the mail that just came through with a little bit of accent, it almost sounded like he said, real man, I'm a real man. He wore blue jeans. He has a slimmer build. To me, if I'm looking at him, I feel like I'm tall for a woman. I'm 5'5". For me, I feel like he's about my height or a little bit taller. I'm going to say cowboy boots. I know, I don't know if I should reference it that way, but that's how I'm referencing it. Hat. He had the white hat with the brim hat to match, and he had a shirt that was buttoned up, blue, not just a plain blue. It had like checkers on it, and also the name Paul again. Robin. They are having some issues. Do you see if we will able to work it out? We are trying. I pulled cards and get the same thing. Okay, Tiffany. So when you pull cards, are you pulling them yourself or is someone else doing it for you? And I'm going to explain. I'm going to say this to you. Just let me know in the comments and I'll give you an answer. Oh, you're Anne. How funny. I found this channel by chance. Did my daughter bring me to it? Possibly, dear. There's a John Paul that has been said a few times while connecting with Sebastian. Oh, okay. We need to figure out Paul's last name. Mary Pamela Ludwig. Nikki Mullinger, wonder if it's my pal. Hold on a second. Strawberries and peaches 12. When I read your message, I got the word mill, M-I-L-L. Yeah, Christy. I hope you feel better, honey. I don't know how it popped up for me. Casey. Hi, Casey. Tay-Bucks. Hey, Jane, Cheryl. It ain't. Okay. The name's Cheryl. I was looking to see if there was a Cheryl on here. I might have just read. So the name's Cheryl. Can anybody reference to who Cheryl is here? Just heard it. But I think this belongs to somebody that the names just passed by. Jackie, don't worry about that, because if, like I said, if I felt that was for your son, I would get more to it. I did get the leg. I did the watch. That does not mean that's for your son. Now, it could just be the time of healing. You asked about the time. Okay? You all can also think about that in that way. Yes, Terry, this is an open question. I like to become more involved with the seeing who's going to come through. Oh, are you for real? I'm Cheryl. Okay. The name Paul comes after that, though. If that means anything for you, please do say, are you for real? Sammy, I will definitely do videos for that, dear. I would like to do all of that because I feel like that matters and you guys all need help, the ones that do want to learn it. You're Cheryl Ann. Oh. Well, that came from my female side, though. So that could be someone trying to reach out to you. Jay Kells, I'm not too sure what this means because just reading this, it's just a basic word. What does I don't know if I should. I'm just going to give two variations of what I heard. It could be coat, C-O-A-T, or coke, C-O-K-E. Now, don't take that the wrong way. I always have to give a variation. Well, I'm going to be getting to some of these messages. I want to pull again. Spirits will come whenever they want. I've had to the point where it got to the point where I thought if I could put headphones on my head, that I could block them out. And it wasn't, it was just completely wrong to think that way because you don't hear spirit with your ear unless it's an out of body spirit, so to speak. Those are the ones that usually are earthbound still. And the ones that are not, you hear from your more or less your temples. Yeah, I did. It's just basic. I'm not sure what that means yet. Take the time to Kim O'Brien. Do you know if you're John O'Keefe? Or Coke in the coat. I'm not sure. Please don't take that the wrong way. It's it. I swore I heard coat, C-O-A-T. There could have been something left in the jacket. There could be something to that nature. Brim. Brim. Comes from my female side. Tall. Add. Coal. Sill. Sill. Fall. Chase. I'm just getting random words. No, I don't want you to step on the keyboard, love. My cat is up here, so if you see him, I don't know. Chase, you got to move, honey. Go on. Get your butt's in the screen. Go on. I feel bad for repeating myself so much. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure you see my answer. No, that's okay, Tiffany. You have okay. So Tiffany, when you pull your own cards, honey, this is what happens. When you're feeling, you have to remember cards are connected to emotion and also spirit. So when you pull your own cards, you already feel there's something kind of like broken within your relationship, so to speak. So those are the cards that you're going to pull. When you do a card pull for yourself or for any other person, you have to make sure you lead with a clear mind. Ask clear questions to the cards. You do not want to be unbalanced in a reading. You have to make sure you're very calm. You have to make sure that the answers that you want are coming from spirit. You do not want answers that you think you already know, so to speak. Yeah, he's my big boy. This is Chase. He's my little love bug. He's very, yeah. Ashley, will Sebastian be found? I am working with someone on location. I am working with someone on location. I cannot speak of location on here due to, as you know, like I said, we are all, thank you, Kelly. We are all understanding that the Proudfoot family and the Bowerstocks are all watching our lives. And also a person named Dan. Dan is connected to the Bowerstocks and Proudfoot people. I heard that loud and clear. We just take it one day at a time, Christy. One day he's okay, the next he's in a lot of pain. He was dancing the other day, and his spine is very. His spine is, he's had surgery, and it's very hard for him to. With the surgery he's had, he's not supposed to twist and turn, and he likes to do the called the twist. You guys all know that song. Come on, baby, let's do the twist. He loves that song, and he does the twist. And unfortunately, with the surgery he's had and I've had, it's a very, very painful pinch if you move the wrong way for our spine. Welcome, Phoebe. Yeah, so when I see a lot of people talking about you hope your loved ones come through, as I've stated, don't tell me their name. Don't tell me the situation. And I mean that with the utmost respect. I mean that in a way because I don't want information led to me. If spirit comes to me and tells me their name, a situation, a place, a time, you will be able to validate that yourself because you're going to know it's a true occurrence of spirit. Miss Maria, there's my love. Donna, what do you feel with the Tony Mathis working with Seth? Oh, if I'm going to give my honest opinion, Phoebe, I'm going to be working on a video just specifically for her. The lives have gotten bigger and more questions and more just in that and general aspect. So I am going to be doing more videos in the next coming week. So it's more quiet and more in tune, more channeling, because channeling her in here is really difficult because I'm pulled to look at the screen. You know what I mean? You have to have that immediate response back and forth. And I can do it. It's just I want to answer your questions. I want to answer you back. I don't want to feel you guys are unread. Okay. Well, she has a Lucille Ball personality. She's a fireball. No, scoliosis. Caleb was born with infantile scoliosis. He was born with the most severe case of, when babies are born with infantile scoliosis, it's more of a danger because it's not something that they grow into. They've already been born with it. And as they progress in age, so does the curve. So Caleb had to wear a cast from the time he was 2.5 to the time he was 9. So he wasn't able to bathe like a normal child. He wasn't able to play in the sand. He wasn't able to play at the park. He was able to play outside for about an hour. He wasn't able to play in the jungle gyms with the other kids. So his whole childhood was more or less just taken from him. And at 9 years old, I said, you have to take this off now. He's suffering too much. Sponge bathing is not to cutting it. Physically, he's uncomfortable constantly. His stomach, the cast came from here and it went down to his pelvic bone. So he was restricted how he ate, how he slept, anything that my child, like a normal child, could do, he was restricted from. And it could just be the simple things: eating, sleeping, drinking, playing. His whole childhood mostly was taken. And as I tell people, as I tell people, you're over there, Chase, so that wasn't you. Okay. I just heard a ting. I don't know if you guys could hear it in the side over here next to me. And that was on my my copper singing bowl. And there's nothing there. So some tinged on my copper bowl. I'm very sorry, Candace. He's went through numerous surgeries. It just wasn't, he's had 3 surgeries so far, and it's overwhelming to see and to watch him go through. Michelle, thank you. Well, anyone that wants me to channel their loved one, as I stated, there is a video that I just put up not too long ago. Just go place your name under there. I will get to them. Remember what this does to me and my energy and my body. I can only do so much physically and spiritually, but I will get to them eventually. And when I do so, you guys will be notified. I will put it up on my community. Hey, this person's getting a free reading today, and watch for it on YouTube, because I don't have a Facebook now. Somebody tried to hack my Facebook and I already know who. So I will just put it on YouTube as best as I can. Thank you, Tina. I do try. That's a big deal for me. Caleb is 6 foot, about 6'2", um, and he's this gentle giant. Yes, I will definitely do that for you, Jackie, because I don't want you to leave this life thinking your son's going to pass away in 6 months. I hope I feel like I've scared you half to death. Clarity for Jackie. Guides, can you tell me about Jackie's son and the bone marrow transplant? Mm-hmm. He will not be passing away, correct? Oh, that's what I thought. Okay. So, Jackie, if you're still on here with me, I heard need, which is obviously needing the bone marrow transplant, get better. Also, when I asked if if he was going to be passing away, I heard no, clear as day. So for me, that's my clarification. That's why I didn't see anything past that. You're all born with spiritual gifts. It's how they relinquish themselves as we age. I lived in a very this what I do was always very normal in my home. It was never judged in my family. Well, outside the home, I could never tell anybody because we lived in a very active home. Every house we lived in, spiritually, there was always something going on. When you have a house full of medium women, the house goes crazy. The house goes nuts. So, as you start off as a child, you know, I'll get more into that speaking. So, of you need to understand as we age out, if it's not practice, if it's not, it's just like exercise. But you can also go back and revisit that and do your best. Some people might hear, some people might see, some people might feel, some people might see auras. Everybody is different. Sorry, Donna. I getting get sidetracked. I'm trying not to give my response on that because I do feel. Oh yeah, Jackie. I don't know if you heard my response. I heard the word need, which we know that he needs the bone marrow, get better. And when I asked if he was going to pass, I was told bluntly no quickly. So that is not, and then that's why I stated I didn't get more to that in that sense. I also think that the watch was meant for someone that would have passed away in your lineage quickly. And that could be who's watching over your child or the fact that he's going to get better shortly after. Okay, let me get back to this Tony Mathis person. I when seeing I've seen him in a picture. Someone sent me a picture of him and asked me what did I get from this picture. And immediately I got uh, I just got something about him that was not okay. Uh, I I'd like to leave my comment out, but I just don't want to tear anybody down. You know, um, yeah, everybody definitely put a heart, a healing prayer for Jackie's son. But Jackie, I do not believe he is going to pass. No. I, I per se, energy wise, looking at his energy field, that is not of a truthful potential. Leave it at that in a nice way. Now, I'm not saying anything about Seth because I don't believe Seth had anything to do with his child's disappearance. But this person, I can't say that I'm getting good vibes from him in that sense. You guys can do a prayer circle on here or however it is, you know, whether you believe in Allah, whether you believe in God, whether you believe any God, you send healing prayers to Jackie's son. That is much appreciated. We all have each other here. We all make sure we have each other's backs on here. Okay. Now, I would like to, before open discussion happens, okay. Who is Paul? Is Paul, um, forget that question. I'm going to ask it in a way. Paul's message is for who? Can you repeat the last part, please? Thank you. Does Paul have to do with Sebastian Rogers' case? Was that a yes or a no? No. Okay. So this Paul that I'm hearing is not for Sebastian Rogers. It's not the one that I keep hearing in the case that I'm working on. My ear is ringing. I'm hearing someone here, and then I'm hearing a flood of energy trying to come in. So a female is trying to come into my energy at the same time as this Paul. Sometimes you just have to give them the cross. Okay, so I hear Paul 7. I was being told give Ray. Also the word pull. And no, this is not the person for Sebastian Rogers' case. And also the word cross. Maybe my missing friend I'm looking for. Nikki, can you tell me what the number 7 would have to do with that, the name Ray? I was being told give more or less Ray. Give Ray, more or less give Ray the message. Pull, Pull, and then no, this is not for Sebastian, and then the word cross. He went missing on the 7th. Are you being fresh with me? It's talking about SIG. I want a SIG. Yeah, I see that. I just noticed that. Yeah, Nikki, I think he's a little funny. Talk about, I want a SIG, I want to, more or less, I want to smoke. Colette, it's nice to see you, honey. Yeah, literally. Oh, okay. We're back to John Paul. Okay, John Paul Wells. Craft and crimes. What are we chatting about? Joni, yes. Okay, John Paul and then Wells. This is the last 3 words that just came through. But we had a jokester here before that, prior to. Very funny. I'm not sure who that person is. So, but when spirit tries to reference something, it's usually a pull towards one single thing. I'm trying to get more messages for people to come through first. That's why I said it's better if I either a poll. Let's do a poll here, okay? Cases for videos or videos for live chat. You know what I'm saying? Because I'll keep doing the lives to get loved ones to come through. I think it's a beneficial way to interact with you guys, but it would be more beneficial if I worked one-on-one with you guys as well. What do you mean, call? I have a man speaking of Call Bailey. Call Bailey. Refocused again. Is there a Trish on here? I'm hearing the word name Trish. Trish. Caring spirit. It gets really cold down here. I actually have a little heater going. I have heat on the other side, but I close it off so I have more space, in here to where it's quiet. But I have a heater next to me so I can stay. Teresa Moore, will my son's word ever be solved? I don't mind that I do these live with you guys because I love interacting with you and trying to get energy to come through. I notice a lot of your questions though interact with getting messages from your family as well. You ever notice that? Trying to read your messages, guys. Okay, so I have a male here speaking about the name Anne. So I have a male here speaking about a woman named Anne, but I get this overwhelming weak feeling in my chest. Phil? No, are you saying Phil or pill? I think it's pill. Also the name Dale. So there's a male here speaking of a woman named Anne. Also the word wall. But I also get the feeling of weakness here in the chest. Dale is a woman from Summer's case. I'm not sure, but I get a weakness in my chest and the word pill. Dale is my husband's uncle. I don't, well, give or take, how could that question be answered, right? So Summer, I believe, was rolled down in a barrel of some sort. Because I got the word deep holler, and it was like she was rolled down. So I'm being told by traffic. So that tells me she was placed in this this barrel and she was taken out of a vehicle. Because here traffic, that means they drove in traffic and they put her down in, just pushed her over the bit with the barrel. Yeah, so when I hear names, if they come through, I will let you guys know. I know there's a lot of people here that want answers or want to hear something from loved ones. That's why I think it'd be better cases one way, sessions one way. It's just hard once you pull in both from each group of people. Spirit's going to come and ask questions or answer questions, and that's what's making it hard because I'm getting a pull for both sides. So it's really not on the easier side to, which I can distinguish. I can say, hey guys, no more questions about any cases. I want to try to get some messages from loved ones for you. But there's a lot of people on here for cases as well. But there's what does brim mean? What do you mean by that? Mm-hmm. Let me get this. Yes. I keep getting Dale Hart. So someone would have passed away from something of the heart, I'm being told. To me, this has to do with the male and the one that keeps mentioning and though. Yeah. Okay. So when I hear Dale, I'm hearing Paul again. This is going behind it. My middle name is Ann. My daddy died from a heart attack, and his favorite cousin was Dale. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot, but that's okay. You know, we're just gonna go with the flow and work with it. And yes, I do believe Dale is passed on. Dale is not a living person. Um, because when I keep also, I'm not sure if anybody heard me, but also call Bailey. Good night, Wendy. Yes. So this person is passed. I'm being told passed. Will. I'm going to get a different pen. This one keeps going haywire on me. Okay. Who is your message for? Mm-hmm. Who is that for, though? Is it for here, or is this due to a case? Case. No. Okay, I'm being told show. So I have will, tall, barrel, kill, case, mill, and I was being told to show. Are you referencing what I have back here? This is all Summer's information from before, just some of her things. I can go over this another time. Is Will in here? I'm being told to refer back. I don't know if I said Will in Summer Wells' case. I will look back on this, okay? I'm being told Will in something to do with the case. So I'm assuming I need to go back. I'm being told to go back. Does Sebastian know what happened to him? I truly worry about him. Is there support for him? I do believe he understands by the last live that I did, yes. It is very exhausting to look, to hear, to write down, to focus, because you have to be extremely focused mentally and spiritually to get a full-on I'm hearing Barb, a woman named Barb. I'm being told a lot of people are giving up on Sebastian, yes, but I'm not one of those people. I will keep doing his videos. I'll go back to okay, being recorrected. Sebastian. I'm trying to introvert Summer into this, and it just referred me back to Sebastian. Oh, yes. I do actually remember that. Yes. Thank you for reminding me on that. Summer was left something, I guess, in a will of some will and testament of something. Does anybody know? Oh, there we go. I have an Aunt Barb passed. TP. I have a family member named Barb. Can you show me that one more time? I think the fifth element. Fifth element, was your aunt taking anything, consuming anything? This could be medications or something of that nature, because I'm being shown like I feel like I need to talk about that. Your mama's name is Rose? You're not sure she had MS. Okay. I'm assuming the pill intake would have been for that reason. Okay. Um, how many of you remember me talking about a male? Um, I kind of do this funny thing with spirit. If there's so many of them on each side, I will have the male sitting like almost like a waiting area. And I always talk about this one male at the head of the seat, at the head of the line. Um, and I couldn't figure out why he would constantly look this way and just wouldn't look at me. He's looking this way, almost as if he's almost like looking past me if I was standing there. He's talking about war and something to do with his face is disfigured. And that's why he won't turn to look at me. He's ashamed. But there's absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. I'm being told, Dad, disfigured. You don't have to wait, though. You've been waiting a really long time. Yeah, you don't have to wait to cross over. You can just go. It doesn't, you don't have to wait to cross over. You said, I wanted to say my piece. Some people, I've seen my mother in law in the same state she was when she passed. Some people do see loved ones in their younger state. I think it really depends. I was hoping he would tell me who he's for. He spoke of male, war, face was disfigured, dad, disfigured, cross, I wanted to say my piece. His name was Tom. That's who Tom is. Tom, 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 Tom. I don't know if I'm going to say this name. Is that your full name or is that? It's almost like I hear a name Tom, and then I hear almost like, I don't know if I'm going to say it right, but I'm just going to say it the way I heard it, like Gilo or Gillo. Um, he's speaking of time past, dad disfigured, cross, I wanted to say my piece, war. And I couldn't figure why he never turned his head to look at me in the area. And it's because if I'm looking at him, his right side of his face is all disfigured. Oh my God, you're right. Today's Memorial Day. Oh my God. Well, thank you, Tom, for your service. We highly, highly appreciate your services. Who do you want to pass that on to? Okay, there we have it. Okay. He's talking about a patch, um, a star, a patch. He wants to pass it on to Will. Will. So Will has to be his relation. Well, thank you. We will definitely, hopefully, this message finds Will. And hopefully, we can actually look up your name too and give you the respect that you need. Because today, let alone, is Memorial Day, which we honor you as a soldier. Cross. Oh, okay. He's talking about Navy SEAL Cross. What's that mean? Vet. Yep, we know you're a vet. That's wonderful. Who is who is the vet? Is it you or is it? Well, this is going to turn out really great tonight. Thunder lightning storms going on right now. I'm not sure if you heard that big boom. When that happens, spiritual energy amps up. It's okay, Chase. It's okay. Are you the vet, or is the person you want to? Oh, okay. He's saying me. Now, you don't have to be ashamed. You can look at me. I don't find that. I don't see you any differently. I see you as a man who served this country. Yeah, it's okay. I'm looking right at you and I know and I understand. It's okay. You don't have to be ashamed of that. Yep. You told me your face was disfigured, and that's okay. You went through something very patriotic. This guy is very patriotic. He's showing me like the flag. He's got the long flag in his hand. He did show me his face. He did turn around. I think I need to ask permission because think about that. They are very, very, um, when something like that happens and that occurs, they shy away from their own self, uh, they have insecurities after that. He shouldn't have insecurities because I think he's a great person. He talks about Navy SEAL, Cross, Vet. I think there is a there is a Navy Cross, a silver Navy Cross or something like that. I think I've seen one before. Also a star and a patch. He wanted to pass that down, to pass that knowledge down of what he did. He fought for his country. And Will is the person to give the message to. Darlene, I'm disfigured as well. Tom, right side of my face. And I'm a veteran's wife. Well, there you are, Darlene. I love that. I am very, very, very thankful. And being it's Memorial Day, that's it. It didn't even hit me. I think he was just waiting and waiting and waiting for that. Okay, explain some of that to me, please. Sarah LaCrosse is speaking about the second highest honor military men can receive for bravery in combat. I don't know, Strawberry, what others are saying about uh, Summer. Yeah, it's really, 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 it's actually very beautiful. He's a very, every time he sat in it, it's like I like to say the spiritual waiting room. He was always the first one there sitting, and there's others that are there. But he wants to be the first one to be heard. I think I needed to understand why he wouldn't look at me. And it didn't hit me for the longest time. Maybe today was the perfect lineup for that. It didn't even hit me until someone said on here Memorial Day. Long hours, lost. Sometimes I feel lost in time because I'm so busy. For me, we don't really go to the beach too often on Memorial Day. We've lost a lot of family, which today just didn't hit me because I've been so busy. Can you see Chase? Can you guys see Chase? He's literally sitting on my notebook. I have to move him again. Oh, he's got a very nice energy, and I'm very proud to have spoke to him. I cannot believe he shared that with me. Yes, I did say call Bailey earlier. I was waiting on someone to validate that for me. Your niece is Bailey. Okay. Okay, my love, you have to get off mommy's desk because you're messing up my keyboard here, babe. Okay, I know you're comfy. I know. He's not a big affectionate person unless we're sitting in the recliner. I know you're scared of the thunder, huh? You hear the thunder? He's a big he makes me play tag with him at night. It's a really weird thing. I've never seen a cat do that with a human. Darlene says she is very, very proud of you and all your honors and all your doings and everything that you've done for the United States. I will salute you back. I was saluted just now. Okay. The name Casey. Casey. Is it Casey or Cassie? Casey. Excuse me, itching my eye. Yeah. Um, if you pay attention to Chase and the way he looks around, pay attention to what direction he looks. He will when a cat sniffs up at the air at nothing, that you pay attention to that. That's another reason why I have him down here with me. When he sniffs at the air and he looks up, there is I can actually show you a picture of him doing that in a moment. My daughter is named that. Okay. My husband was a Casey. Okay. So the message for Casey, what is the message for Casey? I feel like I just wrote this down. What did I Chase, you made me lose my spot here, love. Okay. So for me, can we get back to Casey? Darlene, I will definitely look with the last name of G. To me, it sounded like I don't know if I'm saying it right or spelling it right. Gillo or Gilo. Something with a G in the beginning. Usually you could put that in and you most likely will find something. Are we Cassie or Casey? Female. Okay. What's the message? Shit. Excuse my language. Please no power surges. I need the lights on, okay? I don't know if you've seen my lights flicker and my heater just dim out. How are you spelling it for Cassie or Casey? I'm going to say Cassie is, see how I spelt it was Cassie. And then I also have Casey. Brandy, hello. Honey bun, yes? Okay. You thought you heard an air horn? I don't know. I heard nothing like that here. It's totally quiet here except for the thunder. Oh. Oh, Chase is a very unique cat because he can sense children with autism. He's done it with 3 children so far. I actually have my cat speaking sign language to the child on camera. I'll have to show you guys one day. He will go to the child. He taps the child on the hand with his paw and then he pats his nose. Pet me. You heard it too? And I'm not sure what you heard. You might have heard the thunder maybe, but there's no horn of any sort. No, we have no tornadoes here. I'm not sure. I don't know. There's nothing here. No, you're not nuts. Some people just hear different frequencies when they're on my lives. It's typical for my lives. Oh, so there's a lot of people hearing it that have heard it. It was just like a term. I don't know because we don't have those kind of things here. We don't have like a tornado siren here. Tornadoes here are very, very rare here, if any. Possibly it could have been from the Tom. You guys might hear his frequency. War horn. Yeah, that's strange. I have none here. No, there was no sirens that were just went off. Thomas, okay, I have a Mama B. Thomas Gilliot came up in Google search. Navy veteran who passed away in 2008. William looks like one of his grandkids who was a pallbearer. Mitch. I don't know if we've heard Mitch yet. I'm on the outs on that one. I didn't hear anything either, Cindy. That's different. There is somebody by the name of Tom, but he calls himself Tom. He doesn't say Thomas. Your screen froze for about 20 seconds. That's typical in our lives, but less so when I'm on my desktop. Does he give a location? Tom, do you have a location of where you were? I will say, I'm going to say Afghanistan, but at the same time, I don't want to say this the wrong way. Um, it could be a symbolization for an Arab country. Afghanistan is what I heard, though. Yeah, that was definitely unique. I am really thankful that he made his presence here tonight. That was very special. It didn't even hit me. And I know I'm supposed to know this, but with time and everything that goes crazy in my house, sometimes, it just time gets away from me. I have a sister named Cassie still living. Playback when you paused. Yeah, I don't know, guys. A lot of you were saying you heard a horn or some sort, or I'm not sure what you heard, but it was not sure what you heard. I mean, there is thunder. My power did flicker, but that could have just been the thunder. But um, it flickered more so to the left where my male side is. So it could have very well been Tom just leaving. A fluctuation of energy frequency. Okay. Well, I'd like to get back to the Cassie. Cassie or Casey? Casey. Um, okay, so we're gonna go back to this one. To me, this is from a female energy for Casey. There was somebody on here that spoke of um Casey the daughter. I need to go back to that person. Tammy, last name Horn Casey. Okay. Um Now you guys just saw that, right? Did you guys just see that orb just fly behind me? Did you just see that? This way. Did you see that orb just go down? For me, this is a female, but this person is alive. The person speaking is to speak to Cassie. To me, this would be a grandmother for the granddaughter. You all saw that orb that just flew behind me, right? Because this is my female side. And that's when I heard Cassie. Yes. Okay, you all saw it. And I sometimes if I see something out of the corner of my eye, I try not to think it's there unless I've seen it myself, but I saw it out the corner of my eye. Okay. Um, hmm. I'm not sure. I heard Cassie, and then it's also um, there's like a female energy. To me, she's more of like a grandmother, and she's also talking about connection with her granddaughter. She's trying to have a connection with her granddaughter in some sort of way, which tells me if she's trying to connect to her granddaughter, she's probably sent symbols and signs through, it could be anything, through dreams, through movement, through smell, through sound. It could be anything that she's trying to connect to her granddaughter with. My daughter is Cassie. Her grandmother is Cheryl. Okay. I'm sorry if I've missed anybody's messages. This is where you see how I got a better connection not looking at the screen. And I don't mean that in any disrespectful any way. I got more of a reaction from this gentleman here. And Tom, yes. And it was just easier to read him and not look at the screen. You see, I'll backtrack and look at the messages. Yes. Okay. My daughter is Cassie. Her grandmother is Cheryl. May. the word may. Mine is Cassie, and her grandmother has passed years ago. Okay. Okay, guys, listen. I can't do the distractions because I'm being pulled both sides. If you notice, I'm turning my head. I just heard a noise over here. You guys probably heard it just now. It sounded like something moved on my table over here. I have a separate table over here. It's usually for my candles, but it was pretty loud. It sounded like somebody moved one of my boxes or something. So I have Cheryl, gave, and also May. You heard it too. Okay. That was my phone. Nikki there. Okay. Nikki, Paul's daughter is Maylin. Her mother was Cheryl. Okay. I'm looking for what message you would like to give tonight. Paul's daughter is Maylin. Her mother was Cheryl. I'm trying to get an understanding of what she's trying to tell me. She's talking about, so when I see a phone, when a spirit tries to hand me a phone, like, so to speak, like trying to show me the phone, that's their connection to a person. So they're trying to show me the connection they're trying to have with that person. So it's like, I need to give her a message. I need to reach out. I want Paul. Okay. But this goes along with Cheryl, Cassie, and May gave. Also back to Paul. So am I receiving two different? Okay. When we speak, guys, if we could keep to one side just until I can receive that full message, and then we can switch back to the other side, okay? Okay. So yet again, here I am again. I'm hearing, this is coming with this, so brim, like fill it to the brim. But I'm not hearing fill it to the brim. I'm just giving you an example. I hear brim. So to me, call Cassie. This is coming from a woman who wants to give this person a message. What is your message to Cassie? Call who though, honey? What is your message for Cassie? If you want me to give a message to Cassie, I need to know exactly what to say, okay? I'm not too sure what this would be referencing to. I'm hearing fall, don't leave, fall, don't leave. I know, I see that. No, I'm not on autofocus. I'm not on. Hello. I'm not sure how I'm doing. So I'm a bit confused on your message. Can you detail it to me in a different way? How could I reference this? Okay, she's talking about conflict. Maybe blame. I'm hearing conflict and blame. I'm not sure if someone see, I'm not see, look, I have a chair that can rock. You guys might see me doing that, not on purpose. That is just something I do to soothe myself, to get almost like in a meditative state, to get back into focus. And that should be refocusing right here. You're not seeing it. You're not seeing it readjust itself. I'm going to stop. You see, nothing's happening. The train tracks for Summer Wells, correct? I want to be sure on what you're asking me. Mm-hmm. Can we get to this, finish this message with you, dear? I would like to go back to your message. You talked about Cassie, fall, don't leave, conflict, blame. I'm not sure what she's trying to reference. Chris, when my daughter's grandma passed, there was a fight with Cassie and her aunt. Okay. To me, that makes more sense because I felt the conflict. Um, Chris, there's something about doubt here. I'm being told about doubt. Um, is someone being, is there conflict of being blamed for something? A fall, to be exact, a fall. Maybe, oh, if you were there, she wouldn't have fell. If somebody was present, she wouldn't have gotten hurt. It's that kind of don't blame situation. Just don't blame. It's not worth it. Does that make sense to your situation here, Chris? Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that, hun, because we don't have tornadoes here. The tornadoes here where I am are actually probably ever recorded are maybe one, if that one, where I am, and that's up for grabs as well. Husband fell in bathtub and died. Hmm. I to shrimp, something like that came up, but I don't know if I wrote it down. Would there be any more messages before we start open discussion for cases? I would like to at least get 2 or 3 more messages out for people. I know she fell, Grandma, and we were told from COVID. Am I don't know if I'm just, maybe it's the reflection. I'm not sure. I swear I just saw something whip up on the screen. I know she fell, Grandma, and we were told from COVID, and my daughter's aunt had it when she came home. Okay. So this must be referring to this person here. Okay. You saw it too? It's not just me then, right? Barb died from breast cancer. Okay. I would like to get a couple more messages out to family if possible. Anyone that steps through to speak to me can only be of the light. There can be no negativity. I have a Sal, S-A-L here. Sarah, your face and around you is like a... Oh, Siri is talking to me out of nowhere, so we're just going to let that go. And that's how do you see how I just reacted to all this happening around me? I just try to live by, okay, well, we're just going to work on this. So try to calm down. And one person, that kind of energy, I work with energy. I try to make space for energy so they have the ability to have their time and speak. Sometimes it's just with movements of something here. As you can see, you've heard numerous things on each side. The clinging of the bowl and what sounded like to be a box moving, which there's literally nothing there to move it. My cat is literally sleeping next to the heater on the floor, so it wasn't him. My face is like glowing. That might be from the light. It is very bright. I am going to try to get some lower lighting in here so you guys are not so bothered by my face being so bright. I do the lighting. I went from really dark car reads to a really bright space. Thank you. Yeah. It didn't look like that the whole time I've been on here. Oh, I don't know. So, what the heck is this? Something popped on my screen. Okay. All right, we got that off. Heather, it's nice to see you too, honey. I've never heard anybody else's name spelled like mine. I always felt my name had to have an H at the end, but I looked at my birth certificate and it's spelled the way it's supposed to be spelled. I've always felt my name should have been like an Eleonora or an Ellie or an Ella or a Victoria, something old and vintage. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see what you guys see. I mean, I see the brightness. I can't find a keychain anywhere with my name on it. I would love to have something with my name spelled the way it is. Well, thank you, my loves. Is that from another? Well, I do think it has to do with my grandmothers. The names that I just named off to you are actually all of my grandmothers' names, which I had no idea until I did my ancestry. I know some of my grandparents, but beyond that is a mystery to me. I only found this out in the recent years. I only knew the grandparents that were around me. My sister's name is Sarah and grandma. Oh, I love that. That's how we named all of our granddaughters. My granddaughter Riley, she has my middle name, and we made up her own middle name. But my daughter has her first name and her two grandmothers' middle name, their first names. My granddaughter Riley, she has my middle name, and my other granddaughter has my husband's full mother's name, the whole entire thing. We did name our one granddaughter Dream Soline. I saw her in a dream coming before she was born, so we actually named her Dream Soline. My grandson, he's named after all his father and his grandfather and his uncle. But on that venue, my grandsons are mostly named at my sons didn't give their My sons didn't give their sons their name. They like my grandson Colton. He has his grandfather's first name, middle name. Um, I'm so sorry, and I really don't know how to spell your name. I do apologize. I just don't want to say it, and I feel like it's a disrespect to mess up your name. Oh my goodness. Growing up, I never could find my name on anything, so I always felt like God, just anything, a cup, a keychain. It's something so basic that I never could find. I mean, but now you can have anything made with your name on it. So that's the joy of that. Do you really? Because I never can. I can never find a keychain with my name on it. My husband, he will um, get me keychains with moons and cats and things like that because he knows I love them. My granddad. So perfect example. That's another thing we did. My nephew passed away. He was a twin at 8 years old of cancer. And we gave my son his first name to name him after him. Yeah. I always told my mom I should have been named something else, but I guess the name fits me somehow, some way. I'm hoping when I travel down south, I will be able to find something. I'm going to be hitting up at least 3 states down south, one being Tennessee. Yes. I have family scattered everywhere. I don't say the states, but Tennessee, I am going down for specific reasons. Okay. You are in Tennessee. You know, Darlene, I don't know if they. I am related to Ben Franklin too. This by ancestry status. I am related to Maximilian. I am related to. Well, my mom's family, actually. If you're ever interested, let me know. My mom's family came from royalty. My great, I think it's like my third great grandfather, his brother threw him off the throne and took his place. And I still have all the legal documents to it's not even in English. We have a historian in our family, and she had it translated. But I have everything with the royal seal still and all of that. I still have the paperwork, the documents with our family crest or royal seal, all that. Ancestry is great. You find family on there that you didn't know you had or related to. That can also cause a lot of upheaval for people as well, because you could think you're someone's child and you're really not, and you've related to these people, and you ask that question, how am I related? If, think about that. Witchy. So let's get back to Sale, because this name was stated. And I asked how many other messages are there. I wanted to try to get at least a couple more in. Sal being said. Tammy, Native Americans usually come to me in my dreams, and on my other property I have another home. I don't know how many of you seen the picture on my YouTube channel on the community post. Here we go again. We have somebody here who had throat issues, died of throat issues. Probably Sal. And where that picture was taken, where you see the eyes, that's actually a Native American chief. I have a video of a war horn going off, gunshots, a Native American chief uh, yelling out what they would yell out before war. I also have something in the background growling. I do believe that that was something on the land that passed away there. It could have been an animal. It could, or it's just a presence that did not want me to take the video. I have a question for you. I have always felt like I didn't belong to my family, that I am adopted. They keep telling me that I'm not, but I don't feel like I belong. Is there a reason for that? Um, it could you could feel displaced because of your prior life. Um, I've always felt I don't belong from this time specifically. I feel like I'm supposed to be in the older times, and that's where I belong. I want to go home. I always tell my sister, I want to go home. I don't belong here. Um, but I have my son to keep me balanced, my children to keep me balanced, my grandkids. I always felt that I'm not supposed to be here in this time. And you might just have residual energy of that, and you don't feel you're, part of the family, because you might be picking up something from your last life, or you're picking up a disconnect between you and your family. Thank you. So, does anybody, not that I'm disregarding your messages because I want to stay focused on Sal, and I think Sal is the one with the throat issues because I felt fine the whole time. And as soon as I had his energy pop through, I'm feeling this closure in my throat again, this tightness, this scratchy feeling. This could be Sal died of a cancer in the throat. Sal died of something to do with this element here. I always feel, if you feel something's wrong in your gut, listen to that feeling. Because I do feel like it means something. Whether you go take a DNA test, whether do a past life reading, that can give you a lot of information. Scotland, England, I feel like if I ever went there, that's the time I'm talking about. I think I need to go back to that time, specifically that time period. But I know that's nothing like it is now. But to me, that's where I'm supposed to be in some way or another. 23andMe, Ancestry.com, you can get a lot of information from that. How many of you seen the picture of my the Native American smoke read I did? I do smoke reads as well. What I do is basically, I'm just like everybody else, fire pit sitting around the fire, but I call the natural elements of the land, who resided on these lands prior to. It could be an English soldier, it could be a Native American, it could be anybody, it could be a farmer, it could be anybody. But him specifically came to me. And then after that, I learned so much about how the Native Americans lived. They talked about birch trees. They talked about the Trail of Tears. He talked about his wife, his daughter. It was so horrific what this Native American told me, and they told me in their native tongue, and I had to translate this, and it was the most hardest thing because, as you know, Native American culture and tradition has been all wiped out, and it's only ever talked about through story. Oh yes, I mean, I believe we come here until we're done, until we've learned everything we can possibly learn. I have 3 lives I remember. Oh, by the name, about having a boy named Sam. I hear Sal loud and clear. I'm not saying this is for Sal. This could be just energy around me. But I did get this right after I mentioned Sal. So nobody can validate Sal here, then that's okay. Sal just probably made his presence and he just wanted to be. These are very difficult parts, so when I have to. This was my last live too. His name was Wayne. Right. Hi, Sal. Darlene, I do too, Sarah. My family are Quakers, cemetery. Okay. Art Taylor, that is a good question. Fred Hill has violated parole in person of interest in Sabrina's case. The man I described to you guys, with the nose was very, very, very distinctive, and I can still go back and describe him if you need me to re-describe him again. The person in Summerwell's case that I spoke of still can remember what he looks like to this day, still can remember the nose, the slim build, very very tall, not but skinny. The nose almost had like these markings on them. We talked about this before. My dad passed away of throat cancer and lung cancer. Oh, but not so. Okay. um, the person that I had spoke of viewing Summer's home, this man had the nose of it. Just it didn't look normal. It had these marks on it, like someone that would have had like a problem with alcoholism or drugs, or the nose was almost swollen here, and it just had like all these weird looking marks on it. I can still remember the shirt, the jeans. I can tell you how, and I'm going to say this in a way, he had no muscular to him. It was flat in the back and flat up front. It was very distinctive. Yeah, it really is taxing on the body for energies. Tomorrow I'll sleep in a little later, but I'm also going to work on grounding myself and cleansing myself right away. I always cleanse and ground before. Sometimes it takes me a little bit before I get on here. That's why I say 9 o'clock. Always try to go for, if my live doesn't pop on right away, it's just because I'm grounding my energy, calling on my protective spirits, calling on my protective ancestors. I always do that beforehand. You never go into this type of thing full on open. You go with protection. Jackie, I don't know the person's name, but I can tell you exactly what he looks like. Exactly. But I see him peeking in the trees. He's been there before. This man is well known with the law. He knows his way around that holler like um, the back of his knee. Like he knows it distinctively, very, very distinctively. Yes. He would know this place in and out. So I see him, I saw him watching the boys before because I saw them playing by that back door Summer supposedly went missing from. Um, I see the boys playing there at one point, and this man is in the woods, and he's just standing there in the tree line, covered, watching these kids. Yep, I remember because I have it. I have Cherokee Indian and also I forget what else other Indian, but I'll let you know. It definitely was not Fred Hill though, the guy I'm referencing. Yes, I do believe Summer was trafficked. 100% I do believe Summer was trafficked. But I also think the heat got, no one assumed that this child was going to be everywhere in the news, on YouTube, here, there. Nobody thought that this case was going to blow up to be what it was. Who's going to go looking for a little girl, who wasn't even cared about in life? But people have that wrong now. People do care. People are out there looking. People will go to arm's length to make sure children are found now. If that's what it takes, people don't care. They will go out and do what they have to do to find someone else's child. And it's sad that people like you, people like I, are doing this and keeping them in the media. This is not okay now. Take me about yeah, it can take up to minutes. It can take up as long as you want it to. If you practice it and practice it and practice it, I feel like it should take you a little while, because the longer you're in meditative state, the better. I do it in minutes only because I've done it for so long. My aura is dimming. I actually have a picture that I could show you on here of when I did one of my my paranormal investigations with my team. And in the picture, I have a halo over my head outside. There's no lights around me. If you want to see that picture, just put a yes up here. Apache Cree. Yes? Okay. I just didn't want to take up on any of your time. And hold on, give me one. I'm not sure how good you'll see it, but you will see it if it's going to take me a minute because it's up there. It was last year, actually. Here we go. I'm just going to blow it up so you can see it better. And you guys can tell me. I'll give you this here. Can you all see that behind my head up there? Can you see that around my head? Mink coat? Yes, you can. Okay. Now I'm going to blow it up just a little bit bigger for you. I wanted you to see it smaller before I blew it up. Now here's a better picture of it. Do you see that halo around my head? Now, as you can see, look in the background, it's cloudy. Do you see the cloudiness? In the back up top, there's no way that would be able to be a halo around my head. That day it rained out when we did that paranormal investigation. Now, part of that is also grounding and centering and shielding your energy. So that's another reason why that comes up too. So I never shared that because I was that part of it, for those that can and that need longer, As you can see, that halo, that is on a really dim day picture taken. Okay, there it is. That's better. It needed to focus. I'm not sure. I didn't see an orb. I was just showing you the picture, but it's definitely, I could show you some other really scary pictures, but it's to say, I don't know how you guys would take those pictures. It's just sometimes energies will step in front of me and in front of a picture, and I take on their physical form. Not actual physical, but spiritual wise, and my face will change in the picture and you will actually see it. I do have those also. Show them. I can definitely show you. It depends on who's afraid of things. I don't want to freak people out. This can be a freaky, scary thing to some people, but other people are just so okay with it. So I don't want to scare anybody. All right. I will show you one picture and then we'll get to Sebastian and Summer. But the picture I'm going to show you where we went is a very, very well-known haunted place. I also have video that I have EVPs. I could actually show you that video as well. You'll hear, we're actually in a holy Masonic place. And we were talking about how we wish we had a chair. And there's a spirit that goes, the chair, but you'll hear it clear as day. But I won't show you that tonight. Well, that's another video. I want to get to some of this stuff here. But now it might seem scary, so please don't be afraid. Remember that it can be quite disturbing when you see it sometimes. But the person that took on my facial form was a Native American woman. Her name was Maria. In that place, there was several invasions to where they burnt down the village several times. They massacred people 3 times. There was major flooding several times. I can't know this kind of stuff before I go into a place. I have to just go in head on, so I can't know anything about the property. Now you're going to see my face, but you're also going to see something very disturbingly and scary. The person that stepped into front of my facial, you will see how they were killed. And this is still the original picture. I don't edit anything, as you all know. I'm going to show you this, okay? I do try to do walkthroughs of places. So I'm going to show you the original picture, okay? Okay, and I don't know if you guys can already see the disturbance in my face. My face looks a lot fuller. Can you see the difference? Okay, now I'm going to blow the picture up. I wanted you to see the original form. Now when I want to blow it up, you're going to see my face looks completely different. I'm going to do it on screen so you don't think I'm editing anything. Okay, now you're going to see my face look very, very different. What do you see here? So the person in this video, her father was a native chief. She was the daughter. She was killed. And as you can see, if you pay attention to this, it looks like I have a slit throat, a gouge in my eye area, and my nose looks very disturbed, and my facial feature. I also have someone else, one of my team members, in that as well. If that comes with that. Okay, so here, perfect. Here's more of my natural face. And that's when it started to change. Okay, as you can see, I'm just opening up the picture more. Do you see my eyes start to change in the picture? I don't feel the change. This is normal to me. This is what happens to me. But you will see my figure starts to change. Yes. And sadly, that poor woman went through an awful, okay, here she is. I actually took a picture of her. Do you see the difference? Do you see how much we look almost identical? Can you see what they tried to do a face of her? Now I'm trying to find the picture of the two sisters that were with me. And then we have to get to Sebastian. Okay. See what else we can try to get to come through. Maybe something new. I don't want to ask the same questions. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. But in that sense of the manner, the eyeballs, think about how they tortured people back then. They tortured them in ways that were unspeakable. Let's just say that. I'm just trying to find the one where it's me and her and we've, okay. Now, here's another picture. I'm just showing you the face right now. I'm going to blow it up. Another teammate. As you can see, the eyes look, the face looks, do you see it? You seen a man behind the screen? Oh, in the picture here? Yeah, there's nobody actually there. That's an actual energy looking out from the inside. Yes. But now that I've done that, yes, I just wanted to show you that is just something that regularly occurs. Yes, but that regularly occurs. Yeah, I have lots and tons more of stuff. I just don't. I don't share it sometimes because it can be very scary. To some, yes. I also have documented videos from that place. I have EVPs. I have my name being called. I have quite a bit there. Okay. Let's get to some questions for open discussion for these cases. Yeah, it's a very, I live a very unique, something that would scare most. It doesn't, oh, look at that, that's how I live my life. I try to live it very, if I hear the death knocks, I'll try to accept it and I'll go back to sleep. You have to accept this. You have to accept this and you move on and just don't let things get to you to the point where it makes you fear or scare you. Ask Sebastian if Julie and her dogs have been close to him. I'm sorry, I just have to clear my throat a little bit. EVP, electric voice phenomenon. That is where, so perfect example, you see how I'm recording and you guys say you hear things? Because this is recording, if you go back to the video when we're done and you go back and listen, you put headphones on. Most of the times, well, you've already seen numerous orbs, one big one shooting behind me. You've heard what you said, a war horn, which I did not hear. But when it's specifically for a specific frequency, a level, you can hear it. But for me, I mostly hear disembodied voices. I will hear So when you hear a residual energy, that can be something that was so traumatic in life and it just replays itself. Those are the things that you will catch on EVPs, or you can catch in a specific area like war areas like Gettysburg. Anything of that nature, just go put a voice recorder in the middle of the field and don't say anything. You will pick up something, and without even trying. I heard voices in a video I watched the replay. Yep, that's what happens. Yeah. Ask Sebastian where his Morkies are. Okay, let me write that question down. Morkies. I don't want to say it wrong. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Yes. Energies are able to communicate on a frequency that most people can't hear. So that's what an EVP is. So when you go back, you can hear their messages. You can hear their stance on where they feel that they need to go, what happened, anything and anything they will put in there. It depends on, for me, there's sometimes that I don't hear things that I will go back and I will hear in the recorder. Absolutely. Just like the horn that you guys said you hear, I did not hear that, but it's also being recorded at the moment too. So that's probably why you're hearing it and I'm not, because it's on the other end of the recording. Yes. Hold on, I just want to go back to that one question. Okay, excuse me. I gotta go back up. Okay. I need to speak with Sebastian Rogers or his spiritual team, which are his guides, his ancestors, anybody that is watching over him that will help him communicate. I need to know if Julie and the dogs were near Sebastian looking for him. I'm hearing none, none. Where are Sebastian's Morkies? I guess that's not an answer. I guess that's not something that they want to answer. Hold on. Go back to your messages here. Okay. TJ wants to know, where is the evidence in the house that they need to look for? Where would they have to go inside the house? Honey, you repeat this and repeat this and repeat this. How can I understand better what you mean by that? He repeats, Paul, Paul, Paul. Okay, maybe let's ask a different way. Let's ask the same question a different way. Okay, let me just. Jackie, I've already asked that question. That is a yes. I've already asked that, TJ, remember? It's somebody Chris knows. Can you ask if that's different? I need different questions because I've answered a lot of these questions for him. Ask Sebastian if police stopped the car while they were driving him away. Sebastian, were you... Let me just ask that. Let me just read that again. Sebastian, were you in the car and the police stopped it and drove away? I gotta know. Just write that down. Car, stop, no. So you know what I do is when I get these answers, I try to write fast, and sometimes I don't understand what I wrote. So I wrote car, stop, no, so I know exactly what that means. Question, Sebastian, do you love the song that goes... Work. Is Paul from work? Before I even read that, I heard work. To me, that goes to you, TJ. Work. Sebastian, was that really him in the truck at the gas station the lady saw in the truck? Sebastian, were you in a truck at a gas station? No. No gas station. Hear that? You hear that? Like that tap? Sebastian, from what the police are telling people, your mom, Chris, and your dad have been cleared of any wrongdoing of your disappearance. If you don't understand that, I can word it a different way for you, okay? Is Mom and Chris guilty of your disappearance? Yes, two. Two people have come up in this the whole way through for me. That was a great question. Sebastian, are you in the... Now, I want you to understand, anything with direction, I will ask, but I cannot give you the answer to this. I cannot if I get a yes answer, I can't post it because I can't have them moving anything. Suspect-wise, I cannot have them finding out an answer that I hear. Okay? You heard the tap though, right, Alicia? Colette, is there any evidence in Mom and Mr. Chris's home that needs to be looked at? Is there anything hidden in evidence? So I'm going to explain that to you what I mean, okay? So when, say example, somebody hurts somebody and somebody gets hurt by a cut, or their blood can soak into certain things. It can get out of the wall, it can get on the floor, and people can clean it, but sometimes it always doesn't go away. They can use special lights, they can use luminol. Now, did you get hurt in that house, Sebastian? Still the same answer. He says no. This is why I don't believe they did something to him in the home. I do believe he was drugged in that manner. To me, this is so weird. This is why it's going back to Summer Wells, the pill exchange so she could be given. This is so weird to me. Did he get hurt in the fifth wheel? Sebastian, were you hurt in the garage, honey? You know, Sebastian, is there anything that you can tell me about Paul? You keep mentioning Paul, honey. What can I do to make it better? Help me. Help me help you, sweetie. What can I do to fix this for you? How can I fix it? Tell me about Paul. Does he work with Chris? What did you say? Come on, Chase. He's up on my desk again. Um, hmm. Was Paul at the bowling alley with you? Or was Paul at the bowling alley, just not near you? Okay. I'm going to go back to that question because I feel like I did get something from that. I just don't know what yet. Okay. Some of these questions, Sebastian, might be a little hard, might be a little tough to answer, but answer what you can. I am not pushing you in any way. I'm not judging you in any way. Don't feel that any question that I ask you has to be answered. If you would like to answer them, you answer them, okay? What were you inside the RV, Mr. Chris's RV, when he was at work? No. What do you mean? Body hidden. I didn't think of that, to be honest. Sebastian, this is Chase. And I was told that you love cats, Sebastian. I love cats too. They're probably one of my most favorite animals. I like to call them beings because they're very special. So, at any time, Sebastian, just remember Chase is kind, he is loving, okay? You can always hang out. So, I'm rocking my cat. See? Cats love this kind of stuff. So, Sebastian, can you tell me exactly I'm being referenced like a U-turn, kind of like something fast, like somebody would have made a quick U-turn. I do believe I asked that already, but I'm going to ask it again, just because he keeps being mentioned himself. Sebastian, did Paul hide evidence of your disappearance? Are you talking about your hoodie or are you talking about you? Um, I don't know how to take that, honey, but I'm gonna mention what you showed me. He's showing me almost something like this kind of hoodie, probably just wrote on myself. But it almost looks like orange or something. When I asked about Paul, what did he hide? He showed me himself in some sort of hoodie. So, Sebastian, remember I told you I'm going to ask you some hard questions? And just remember, you can be as comfortable as you like here. You can stop when you want. I'm not pushing you in any way. Can you tell me if Mom and Mr. Chris took you into the woods and hurt you? All right, Chasey, I gotta put you down for a minute, honey. Just for a second. You can sit on my lap. I hear the word plain. Yes, he does. He's looking down. You can get down, Chase? It's okay. You can get down. You just can't. No, he wants to sit up on my desk. He wants to sit up on my keyboard. Did his mom take Sebastian to see a man after his outing? R. Taylor. So that question that I just repeated, I got the word pull immediately. It could be Loving Life 333. I'm not sure what that means. Or no, excuse me, Terry. Sorry. I had a dream they had him in the dark in the woods, teasing and tormenting him. I do believe they were cruel in every aspect of the manner, yes. And I mean, it's an unusual cruelness. It's a very, it's, and I don't want to mention the whole, there's another orb. I don't want to mention the whole issue that he was having because I feel like he might find that offensive. Can you ask him if his mom always took him to fun places on the weekends? Good question. Was Paul in the RV with you? No. He's going back to this red truck. Red truck. Red truck. Sebastian, the red truck. Is there any way that you could give me, I don't know if you remember this, could you give me some sort of identification of that truck, like a license plate number or red truck has been coming up? And these are the questions that if we keep asking and they keep getting the same answer, those are the ones that you have to pay attention to. Oh, thank you. Sebastian, let's go back to plain. Okay. Now you said plain. Now, do you mean something tastes plain, like it doesn't taste good? Or you have to be symbolic with this. You can't assume just a plane flying in the air. You have to make sure we're not being reverted to something plainly, or Are you talking about the airplane in the sky? Or are you talking about something just was boring, was plain? Did you say Patty again, honey? Oh, I'm being told Bower socks. Patty and Bower socks. I think she did that one weekend. Sebastian, did mom take you out all the time to have fun? Or was this just a one time thing? Did you get to do this like one time? Before. No, he's talking about before. So you did this before then? You had fun before like this? He's saying he went with the mean woman. Um, he's showing me a pattern of some sort. He's game. Who is the mean woman? Is there a Melissa anywhere in this, or a Missy, or something to that nature? Oh, well, never mind. I'm looking down and you beat me to it. Yes. As I looked up, there it is, Melissa. Okay. Well, what was she doing that was mean? Can you tell me? She made me feel bad about myself. How did she do that, honey? Tell me. What did she say to you to make you feel bad about yourself? Hmm. Um, Darlene, thank you, honey. Um, I really appreciate that. He's talking about, I don't know. Has anybody ever seen a picture of Sebastian's hands at all, or um, um, it's almost like he's showing me the top of his hand. I don't know if she's referring to maybe the way his hands are, his fingers are shaped, or is there something unique? I say uniqueness. I never say disfigure. I say uniqueness because I feel people that are disfigured, excuse my language, are unique because not everyone is like them. No, I'm not doing any other case right now. Right now, I'm just, I will be doing a couple spirit sessions, but I'm not doing those cases. I'm just going to be speaking to spirit and seeing what came through. That will be it for now. Oh, they both have the same vehicles. Okay. Yeah. Something to do, he's saying something to do with his fingers. I don't know if she was saying he needed to wash his hands. Just seen an orb pass me. Um, what do you mean by that? Is there something? What did she say to you about your hand? I don't understand. I think she's saying um, maybe his hands didn't have something about his hands. Let's just leave it at that. Yes. It's like just people having a free for all with him just for the fun of it to be cruel. Okay. Susie, I will ask that for you. Hold on. Um, can you ask him about a dark green truck in the park in the driveway? It didn't have camper on it. It had in the back you could hang things like metal racks. Hold on a minute, dear. Okay. What was that? I don't know if you guys saw that, but my necklace was just tugged on. Did you see it? Did you see it move at all? It's almost like my necklace was like tugged. He definitely is unique. Sebastian, did something happen to you on the back porch or the back in the back area of the house? Um, he's talking about light. Light. What light? And what are the lights? What is the light? That surrounded me. Sebastian, were you gonna tell Dad everything that they were doing to you? Were you gonna tell Dad? Mom knew. Mom knew what? I told. Mom knew I told. Bower socks. Mom knew I told Bower socks. He says, Mom knew I told, and then says the name Bower socks. Oh, wait, I wanted to get back to Susie. I know that was the next one in line. Melissa took him to Bower Socks on a plane. Did Melissa take you somewhere on a plane? Or did the Bower Socks, Kathy, take you to someplace on a plane? Different. Are you trying to say something different, you mean? Different way. I think he's trying to describe it in a different way. I do too, Tina. I do believe they're all nasty and cruel to him. You have to be an evil type of people to torment a boy that way. Sebastian, I'm going to ask you a direction aspect, okay? Are you north? We'll go in order. Are you north of your home, east of your home, south of your home, or west of your home? Northeast. He's talking about north. First I heard north loud and clear, then east. But that anything else in direction, I can't speak out loud. Okay, something else. Let's go back to something else, Sebastian, okay? At any point, if you want to break, you take your break, okay? When we talk about plane, right? What do you mean by plane? Are you near some place that has a plane on it, like a strip? Or are you near a place, a hangar? He's just saying tucked in, tucked in, tucked in. Castle Spring, Tennessee is northeast of his home. Is he near somewhere where there is snow? Sebastian, are you near where there is snow in the area? Okay. Are you near a dam? I hear the word treasure, treasure. Told you tucked in crawl space in house. That doesn't mean a crawl space in the house, though. It just tucked in could be anything. I've been passing a lot of places lately, oddly, that have the steel frame where they're I'm not going to say it. Actually, I'm giving up too much there, and that's to I'll explain later. What do you mean more? If you want to do more, yes, you can tell me more. You can tell me, Sebastian, anything you want. You can tell me anything. Anything, Sebastian. Why did Mom and Chris leave the house and haven't been back? He's talking about being scared and the sniffing dogs, like um, dogs scent scared. I think they're afraid of what's going to be found, but at the same time, so much time has passed, they've covered their asses, so to speak. That's why they're so cocky about it. Sebastian, were you at Kathy Bowersock's house the day you went missing? Um, he talks about the mean man and then shows me a picture of the father. Not Chris, the father to him. Sebastian, at any point, if you hear people yelling your name or you hear dogs barking, sweetie, I want you to try really hard to give them some sort of symbol, an area if possible. Pick up what? So he says something pick up. Pick up static. What do you mean by pick up static? Far. Let's talk about far. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, craft and crime. Yeah, it's been nonstop, and that's coming from this side or that side. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Minko. Lucy, I've already asked that question and answered it. Yes, they did. Sebastian, I have a cool question for you, honey. This one's kind of tough because I want you to be so sure when you answer this question, okay? But I want this to be, it's actually really cool to let me know this because I'm going to tell everybody that what to look for at that time, okay? What's the one symbol that I can tell people, or the one action that I can tell people you will give when they're in the right place? Like, what could you do? I said, yell, yell. How about another way? What would you do if you could give another symbol of your presence in the area where you are? What would you do? So shovel, shovel. Okay. So what I'm asking is, so say that there are dogs and people yelling your name, okay? For example, if they're in the right area where you are, what's the one thing you want me to tell them that is a positive go for them to look for you in that area? Um, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Okay, timestamp this right now. Everybody, I want you to timestamp this in the last 30 seconds. Just now, I heard what it sounded like to be a woman speaking, but towards the male side, which tells me, to me, this was an out of body type thing. She's still here, in the sense, earthbound. Yes. Yes, thank you. BU, do that for me, please. And listen with your headphones on only. I don't know if you're going to catch it because even I had to adjust my sense a little bit to hear it. Sebastian, what clue, like a detective? Um, Pretend you're like a detective, okay? Be a police officer, right? What's the one clue that you could give to people that are searching for you if they are in the right area? Like treasure, right? Because you are a treasure. You are a beautiful treasure. How could they find you in that way? You are a precious treasure that should have never went anywhere except for to a good place. You should have been loved and you should have been happy. So, what's the one thing I can tell people to look for if they are close to you in the right area? Well, what does that mean, honey? Those are pretty big. Oh, look at you, little guy. Sorry, you gotta kill a spider. I don't do spiders. That's a no-go for me. Where'd you go? Ay, ay, ay. I don't do spiders. Chase, you're supposed to be doing your job there, buddy. Sorry, Sebastian. I definitely have to do a redo, okay? Um, Back to that one question. You showed me something, but what is that? Okay. Okay, so where is that though? Can you tell me where that is? Okay. Okay. Oh, you scared me, Chase. Jesus, don't do that. Okay. You're probably going to see Chase in a second because he's right in front of my camera. All right, my love, I got to get you off my keyboard, okay? Come here. Come here. Okay. Okay. Sebastian, that is a wonderful idea. Here's a great idea, Sebastian, okay? You love cats, right? Just like me? You could have a symbol of how many cats? What's your favorite number? Your favorite number. Okay, what's your favorite number or the number that you use the most in that sense? 8. You know what? You could have 8 cats or 8 birds or anything with the number 8 that you love in the area so the search team will know that's exactly where they need to go. Would you do that for me, Sebastian? My cat is making my nose itch with the cat hair. You said Chris hated cats? Chris hated cats. Hated cats. Please ask him about Cumberland River, big crossing near Rock Castle. So I have somebody that's asking Sebastian about Cumberland River, the big crossing near Rock Castle. It's okay, Chase. I'm not going to hurt you. What do you want me to do? You want me to ask the question again? I don't think he understands. Um, Cumberland River. Are you by Cumberland River, the crossing? I'm getting him. I'm not sure how to answer that. CP made KP get rid of Sebastian's cats before he married her. Oh, goodness. Okay. Sebastian, are you near Rock Castle? Here it goes again. You remember how he talks about the frame? The frame. He's mentioning this as we talk about Rock Castle. Frame. Why are you biting me? That hurts. You mad at me? Okay. Okay. You want to get down? Go ahead. Here you go. I got your hair near me. I don't like that. It's in my mouth. Stole what? Oh. Are you talking about Chase or are you talking about yourself, honey? Oh, no. I didn't. No, honey. I love Chase. Chase is just, um, Chase, his hair gets in my mouth. He goes, you stole Chase's piece. No, I didn't. Chase is okay, I promise. Okay, see, he's happy. Are you near the sewer plant? Sebastian, do you know the area? Do you know how to tell me? You can, if you don't know the area, you can describe it to the best of your ability. Yeah, he's worried about my cat. He thinks I was being mean to Chase. But you can come up, Chase. It's okay. Yeah. Frame structure. Tammy, that sounds interesting. Has he seen Carolyn? Would he know who she is? You know what I mean? Okay, I'm going to ask him anyway. Do you know, Sebastian, who Terry Lynn is? It's kind of like a mixed answer. He says no, but nice lady. You can come on. It's okay. Come on. Sebastian, the place that you are, can you walk to Dad's house? Yeah, come here. He says, no far. No far. I didn't see the spiraling orb, Alicia. I missed it. TJ, I didn't see what anybody's saying they saw. Sebastian, are you by Chris's work? He's saying, no, frame, no, frame. He said no and then frame. Sweetie, describe the frame. Describe the frame. What does it look like? What do you mean? You say hall or wall? He's talking about a hall, like a hall. Like, are you saying you're... Sebastian, has mom come to see where you are? To the frame thing, I do have something, but I don't want to put this on here. I don't want to make anybody angry, but remember, this has to be looked into. But I'll just say it has been mentioned before in the video. That's all. I asked him about his mother. He said no. Mom cried once and left. Did mom cry? Did mom cry because... Can you explain why mom would have cried? Kill. Was mom angry when she cried, or was mom sad when she cried? I don't understand what you mean, sweetie. I'm being told TJ. TJ, So TJ, I wasn't even looking at the screen. Do you see I was being referenced to you? No worries, we don't want them to move him. You have to keep things to yourself. That's fine and understandable. Okay. I was just referenced to you. I haven't even looked at the messages, so... Sebastian, we have a lot of people on here that said they love you. There are people that can just love you for you, sweetheart, because I know I do. When I see your face, you remind me so much of my Caleb. You really, really do. You could have come live with me anytime, Sebastian. I would have loved you just like I love Caleb. And we do love you. Could have had fun, that's right. Look at TJ's comment before that one. Hold on, let me go back. LOL. Yeah, I was being told to look at TJ's. Oh, is he in the St. Jude Hospital where Chris Proudfoot was working? So do you know Mr. Chris, where he was working? It was a St. Jude's project. Are you around there, Sebastian? I will just say he said no far, no far. So if I'm leaving things out when I ask, I'm asking your questions for you, but I will say I cannot tell you some of the answers I'm getting back because you all know they're smartening up. They're just not saying anything because they know I'm not going to give the information. Sebastian, look at all these I love yous and green hearts. You are so special, kiddo. And you are so brave. You're so brave, sweetheart. Good question, Crafts. I'm going to ask that. But I think I'm going to get a different answer. I don't know. Maybe not far. It could be, but he's saying no far. So that's what I'm going to give back to you because that's what I hear. I can't put in things that I don't hear. Good question, Mink. Sebastian, are there any fisherman boats around or just boats around you or fisherman boats around you? Do you hear the seagull or do you hear seagulls? Do you hear the ocean? Do you hear water? Okay. TJ says, Sebastian, you are an awesome kid. I would have loved to have had you as my son. I would have been a proud parent to you, as we all would have, Sebastian. A lot of people would have loved you just because they love you, and for no other reason, honey. Big hugs and love to you, Sebastian. Does Dad know? Good question, Kitty. I will ask that. Yes, absolutely. Hold on 1 second. I don't want to get sidetracked with that question. Where'd it go? Does Dad know? Sebastian, does Dad know what happened to you? Sebastian, I'll ask you again because I do feel like you were trying to show me something, but I didn't see it really well. Does Dad know what happened to you, Sebastian? Or do you think Dad is guessing what happened to you? Oh. I know, but you know what? That's every parent. Every parent would do that. Does Dad have an idea what happened to you? He says his dad has hopes, but his hope goes from this down and up, down and up. It's kind of like he swivels up and down with hope that he knows. He thinks Sebastian's alive 1 minute, the next minute his hope dwindles, and then it goes back up. It's like a ever turning door of constant. 1 minute he thinks he's alive, the next minute he's gone. But he also, when I asked the question, what does he think happened to him? And he spoke about Chris. So I'm assuming he thinks Chris did something. Does Dad think Chris did something to you? Or Mom? Oh. Wall comes up again. Pinch. Dad knows. I'm just going to assume I was just shown like a paper with words on it, but they look to be like redacted, blacked out. You would see that in like, what is that? Sad. Yeah. Oh. It's talking about abuse. Sad. So this paper would go on record linking the abuse to this to this stream of this line of abuse. This isn't the first, this isn't the second, this isn't the third, this isn't the fourth, the fifth. I'm naming the number of times here because I'm being told keep going, keep going, keep going. Sebastian, do you see any road signs near you? Where is that? Okay. Oh. Now, does that open up every week and it closes, or is it just permanently closed? Okay. I gotta go down to some of your messages. I'm sorry. I tried to read some of them. I'm not. What do you say you hear, dear? Explain to me what you hear. Yes, Seth's CPS reports were. Oh, Mama B says Seth's CPS reports were redacted. Miss K. Seth has said he knows what's gone on now in the house after DFS reports when made threats. Oh, huh. Good question. BU. Sebastian. Was anyone at the vigil or a search party? They say people return and involve themselves. We'll just see. Did anybody come to the vigil or search party that hurt you? Who? Chris. Why single out Chris? Was Chris there and not Mom? Has Katie not come to any of the vigils? How many vigils? What? How many vigils has there been? Because I'm hearing the number 7 or more. Nope, as in what? Katie hasn't been to any of them? Nope, never once. And B, 3, none. Has Chris gone to the vigils? Chris came to one and got up in Seth's face. Chris only came once. I think 3 or 4. Chris was the first. Nope. 3, I thought. Correct? Okay. She has been to 0. Okay. Mom knew. Mom knew. Mom knew what, honey? Watch. Meaning what, sweetheart? Oh, mom knew they were going on, but mom watched them. That's what he means. Why did Mr. Chris yell at your dad? He's showing me handcuffs, which means in the sense of controlling the way they, to me that's a sense of controlling the sense of everything. Think about that. When someone's in handcuffs, they feel what? They feel they have no control over themselves. They're being overpowered in some way. You keep hearing Mark or Mike, Don, and Eric. But Chris didn't stay. Strong-armed, threat, tied up, manipulation. Yes, more or less, yes. Restricted, threatened, controlled, restraint. Absolutely, that's technically what that all means. He definitely has that energy to him, to where he's small-minded and poor attitude. And that's when the whole United Front thing. I don't think he meant that when he said that, because I had a lot of people saying that to me. I do think he said that out of, if he did what Chris said and listened, search. I think that has to do with he wanted to search. Eric. Lucy, from what Sebastian says, he liked Faith. He wanted to be friends with her. But he wasn't allowed to play with her. He wasn't allowed to, whatever reason. I'm not saying anybody has to agree with the way I feel about Seth. Not at all. I feel he didn't have anything to do with his son's disappearance. I do believe there is going to be something with Katie, because I seen her, as I stated before, come out in handcuffs. She was being let out in handcuffs. I've already answered that, Kitty. I'm trying to refrain. I'm trying to refrain how I feel about that situation. Energy wise, I just don't feel the energy is off. That's all I'm going to say in a polite way. Chase is back. Mister, you have to get off mommy's desk. Nobody wants to see your tail, kiddo. Come on, my love. Get down. It's okay. knocking over my crystals. Okay. Good question, Grace. Sebastian, who is with you on the other side? He's talking about dad. I don't know if he's referencing in a way that I'm supposed to. He's saying dad, and then he's going like this above his dad's head. So that tells me either dad's family passed on. Okay. Great grandpa, maybe. Grandpa. Seth's brothers. Dad's dad. Okay. You know, you can always leave with your grandpa. He'll take you to the other place. It's beautiful there. I've been there. It's great. It's warm. It's free. It's like a big, beautiful, bright place where you just feel so free. There's no worry. There's no fear. Sweetheart, you are not stuck. You're not stuck. Why do you feel stuck? We talked about this the last time. See, I'm on my computer now, so this computer is plugged in. The session's not going to end. So why do you feel stuck? You do understand, as I asked before, you do understand. Chase, it's okay, honey. Chase gets so creeped out after a certain point. He just doesn't get creeped out, but he hears so many things that he's trying to jump and look every which way. Sebastian, honey, you do understand. I'm trying to say this in a way that you don't feel hurt, okay? You do understand your body and your spirit are two different things. Your spirit keeps your body alive. It's kind of like wearing an astronaut suit. I always tell Caleb this. When the astronaut suit gets old or broken or hurt, we leave our astronaut suit behind, or it ends up in a place and your spirit goes somewhere else. Okay? That's how I can explain it to you best. Do you understand that your spirit is free now, right? You don't have to stay. You're not stuck. It's okay. You could leave with your grandpa. You have to choose. You have to. I know that you want tell Dad to look beyond the grave. Home. And I understand that. But you do understand that, Sebastian, you can't stay stuck, honey. You're not stuck. You're only stuck if you want to be stuck. Okay, you can choose to just go to the other place where there's love. There's so much infinite love there. So much infinite love there. that nothing here will keep you here. Once you go there, you're not going to want to come back here. He said, place, Dad, no. Well, you will go when you are ready then, okay? You have plenty of people here that still love you just for you. And these people are complete strangers on here. I'm a complete stranger to you, but I care for you as well. You'll go when you're ready then, okay? But just remember, you are not stuck here whatsoever. Your body is here, yes, but everyone's bodies are always left here. Maybe not in the way yours was, but our spirit elevates and yes, it elevates. Our spirit elevates and it goes to the next consciousness, which is a happier place, a softer place, a warm, loving place, a calmness, happy, like happy place. Because I was there. He's asking me, how do I know that? Because when I had Caleb, I went there for a few minutes and I came back and I was like, oh, I don't want to come back. But I did because I was supposed to come back for Caleb. But knowing the way it feels, I'm okay. I understand. So you don't have to be afraid. You're not going to leave Dad if you go to the other place because you can come back and visit whenever you feel like it. But you're just in a better, healthier manner. It's okay, Chase. It's okay. Okay? What do you mean? You're saying look before. Look before. You tried to look for it before? What did you look for before? Mom chose. Didn't want to leave. There it is again. Tell Dad to look beyond the grave. Home, place, Dad, no. Look before. Mom chose. Didn't want to leave. Let me just get to some of your messages quick here. Yeah, that's when we do this, you raise your vibrations to the spirit world and they raise theirs to meet you. As you can see, do you see the refocus? Now that could be my hand, but I doubt it because it's not refocusing. You have to raise your vibrations. I don't see pink. I don't see red. I don't see what you guys see. Sorry. And that's just me being honest, you know. Okay, Dana. Pineville and the treasure. Is that what he meant? Sebastian, can you talk about Pineville and the treasure? Do you know what that is? He's not giving me, he's telling me, Chase, be careful. Come on. Stay away from the candle. Exactly. I didn't get an answer for that, Dana. Sometimes I won't get an answer. I mean, but I'll ask again. Sebastian, I just want to make sure I'm saying it right. Pineville, Kentucky. What do you know about that? He's shrugging his shoulders. Okay. I said, I don't know. What about Paul again, honey? What about Paul? Tell me exactly the most important thing that I need to know about Paul so I can tell everybody here who and what Paul does, okay? Down to the most important. Okay, forget me asking what. I want you to describe him how only you see him, not the way I want you to tell me. Okay, so Chase, no, no, down. Chase, no. Be right back. No, get down. Get down right now. Come on. No, get down. Okay, sorry. Chase was going near my lit candle. Come on, you want to come sit with me? Come sit with me. So when I asked him about Paul the first time, I didn't mention it. But now that I hear it twice, I think it's important enough to say. Sometimes I have to hear it more than once to say it. When I asked about Paul and what was the one thing that I should know about Paul that he wants to tell me about Paul, he brings up the bowling alley. Maybe Paul works at the bowling alley. Maybe Paul joined them at the bowling alley. Something to do with the bowling alley. Cats are stubborn. But that also shows me that that cats and candles are a true bad mix, and they will make sure they go near it if they have the chance. So, um, something to do with the bowling alley. And I didn't say it the first time because if it's not mentioned more than once, I do try to either ask it in a different way before I state it, or um, give what, sweetie? Give Paul what? Do you want me to give Paul a message? Do you think Paul's watching? No? Okay. So what do you want me to say to Paul or about Paul? Your hand or his hand? Um, okay, I'm going to ask again, sweetie. You said you talked about Paul. You spoke about hand and you spoke about grave. I believe he said, if I'm not mistaken, I believe he stated this before about this. Paul helped putting his body somewhere. Good question, Eileen. Sebastian, did Did your neighbors ever try to help you or kind of help you get away? What about Chris? Told, what do you mean? Chris told Paul what, honey? What did he tell Paul? Me, break. Break door. Whose door did he, what was broke? Whose door was broke? Done, done. Are you done, Sebastian? Are you tired? Go, done, go. I'm gonna look at some of your messages because I'm hearing done and go. I just think he might just be tired, energetically wise. It's a lot. If anything else comes through at that time, I will repeat it unless it has to do with a surrounding. Good question. I need some more space on my desk. Sorry. If someone is in a coma or drug-induced sleep, can their spirit cross to talk or their guides? Yes, because what most people don't understand about a coma is they are at will to leave their body, and that's why some of them usually don't come back from a coma. Their body is physically there, but not their spirit. Okay, I want to give him a few minutes because he spoke of done and go. Just to give him a few minutes and see if he will return and answer questions. I just want to go through your questions. I tried asking the important ones that weren't already asked a few times. Did they have video at the bowling alley? Does anybody know? And was Paul even known about? Was Paul known about if the video was looked at, which I'm sure it was? How do we know Paul was in that place just waiting for Sebastian to leave, if that makes sense? I don't believe Sebastian took the garbage out. As I've asked him 2 to 3 times, he said, that was not me. That was not me. Aggie, excuse me. Chris and Katie spent a lot of money. JLR was digging at this story. This is when they were complaining about Seth GoFundMe, which I don't understand. If you have money, I tell you, I wouldn't care if it was my last dollar. If it was for a to give this out, to say, hey, any information, please, I'll give you my last dollar, because that's what you would do for your child. Lights are flickering again. And no, there is no more storm here. It shouldn't be doing that. Sora's gone and left us over an hour ago. I'm waiting to see if anything is mentioned as I'm reading your messages, because that will give me a sign that either he's here, or when he says go done, I'm giving him a few minutes because I want him to. That could be the reason why my lights are flickering, because he could be just using the energy. They are secretly broke overspending. I don't think that Chris and Katie have the buku bucks. I do think it's his parents that have all this spending money, and that's the reason why they're, think they're untouchable. Mommy has gotten him out of a lot of stuff in life, and that's why we are here today. I know you can't tell us what, but do you think you got some? Oh, I do think I got some good information. Yes. Um, the Dan person watching my video, I do believe that is the relative of Chris Proudfoot. They are fake millionaires, right? They just pull money and pay off people where they can. No, I do think they have some sort of money. And it might be enough for them to do what they have to do, but there is some there. No, they're not millionaires, but they have money. I've heard about Uncle Taco as well, playing online with Sebastian and Seth. Curious about him as well. I haven't heard anything about this man. And I've asked Sebastian plenty of questions, and he's never brought him up. But then again, you can't expect to get information from a child with this kind of uniqueness, because memory is not something they can remember. They can remember the things that stimulate the brain, like video games and the colorful things that pop up on the screen. But how many kids do you hear say, I'm bored, without a video game, without a handheld, without a phone? Because their brain is so used to being stimulated, their brain cannot function normally anymore. Kids need to go outside. They need to go outside and play. They need to get dirty. They need to get their hands in the dirt. Keep them away from them damn phones. They ruin iPads. They ruin these kids. The Fifth Element. Did anyone see the video that is Facebook, that is he secretly started in January, and it has a video, and it's a cellar type area, excuse me. He was videotaping a lady looking for him. I think it's Melissa. And not sure what that means, but that goes back to those stairs that he keeps showing me. To me, this is a basement. I haven't heard about any taco. No, I have not either. But then again, I only go by what Spirit says, and that's all I can do. You think Chris does have a stepbrother named Paul? That's nice. Most likely. That's here. Let me write this down. Step brother Paul, just so I can ask him if he does return, and I don't want to forget that. The stepbrother believes Chris did something. Stairs go to the bonus room above the garage. Yes, the human species is not meant to be inside. Most of your doing in healthcare that I am, most of your deficiencies are you're mineral deficient. And what most people don't realize is, do you have any idea how fixable it is? I could tell you several things to do. Go get some sea salt, but it has to be the top shelf sea salt. I use specifically Baja sea salt. It is completely clean sea salt. There is no heavy metals in it. Don't go get that Himalayan salt crap. It is filled with heavy metals. You're going to take just a couple pieces of that sea salt. You're going to drop it in some water and you're going to drink it every day, once a day. Most people don't realize that has about 70 of our minerals in it. Our body needs. That's the one thing. I also take methylated vitamins, which make sure that the vitamins properly get absorbed into every aspect of my body. When your hair is falling out, you have vitamin D deficient. Most people are vitamin D deficient, which is a huge component to mental health, to your skin, to your hair, to your bones, to your teeth, to your eyesight. If you were to spend more time outside, whether it's raining, whether it's sunny, whether it's snowing, do so. Um, ground yourself. Grounding yourself is one of the biggest things you can do as well. Remember, we are just like big circuit boards. If you do not ground your energy, your circuit board is going to fry and you will become sick. Energy will become trapped in your body, which most people do not understand. That's why they become sick. Energy is trapped in certain parts of their body, in elements of their body. Ground yourself, center yourself, meditate, get sun, get vitamins, stop eating the crappy diet of, I like to say, love yourself healthy. When you put diet in a box, right? The first thing you're going to think of is, I think of restrictions. When you think of, I'm going to love myself healthy, it is a better turnout for you. You're going to make better choices. Take one thing away at a time. Do not do cold turkey because you're just going to just mess that up. Most things now, what people don't realize, most of our crops, most of our wheat, all of it is sprayed with a man-made thing called folic acid. Our bodies cannot digest that. This is why we become sick. Folic acid is a man-made thing. We are not meant to digest it. It is in prenatal vitamins. You can get gout from it. You can really do a lot of harm to your body from folic acid. Do research. If you don't listen to me, do research. Things that have folic acid, things that are enriched, breads, pastas, all that stuff. Anything that's boxed, anything that's in a box or rice, anything that's enriched, do so. Organic food is expensive for a reason. They want the American people sick. If you go out of the country, go to Italy, you're not going to get sick there because they don't put any type of spray on their harvest. This is why people are thriving outside of the country in that way. When they eat food, they come back to America and they're just like, oh, I feel so sick. I feel so bloated. I feel this. It's because, and you can have whole grains, you can have bread, you can have pasta, but you either do it organically or you're going to feel the full effect. I'm not saying you have to, that's your choice. But when you use organic, unbleached flour, you use pasteurized eggs, cage-free eggs, when you switch it up, you do different things in that manner. Your body will react to a chain of healthier. And it's sad because to most, we're just a number here on the planet. But if you can How many of us waste money on video games on our phone, or things that we don't need, shopping late at night? Do you know what you could put into your body just from stopping all that by getting outside more? Instead of going to buy something, for me, I'm not a Starbucks fan. I will go take that and I will go buy organic fruit. I will go buy organic, anything with organic, because that folic acid is not in organic food. And it's hard stopping all of that stuff because we're so used to just having it in our reach. It's a tough thing. It doesn't help that organic food is like off the charts expensive, but um, if you took one thing a month and you change it and switch it to organic, I'm not saying go meat free. I'm not saying go dairy free. I'm not even saying going gluten free. No, I'm not saying any of that. But make sure you try to go for the healthiest version. I said virgin. Do you hear me? I heard that the McDonald's fries, TJ, yeah, I heard that about that too. We have so much chemicals in our fries, but if you go over to the UK, there's three. There's three: salt, potato, and something else I've heard. If you're gonna if you're gonna do your own, grow it naturally. You can do compost pile. You can use your scraps from the table and you put all that in the dirt and you let it sit, and you're giving your own your body will feel different. I switched up a few things and I noticed a huge difference in the way I feel, my energy, my pain levels, everything. Crafts and crimes, good night, my darling. You have a wonderful night. I know it is late, but we do these late things. That's just how we do it. What I'm trying to get Sebastian to do is, when I did the Savannah Spurlock case, she told me more or less the blood will be hard to see. Look on the door. So when they did the forensics, they actually found blood spatter that he tried to clean off on the door. I'm trying to get him to understand how to tell me if there's anything that they can find that way without, as you can see, he swears he's stuck and he's not stuck. And I feel so bad because he's telling his father, to dad, to look beyond the grave. I think mentally, to just, I'm here, I'm still here, you don't see me, look beyond the grave. Because he talks about his dad's having deep up and downs. One minute he thinks he's alive, the next minute he's thinking something else. Minko, I'm waiting. I'm going to ask one more question to see if I get an answer back about the Paul question. Um, Well, he's told me, um, his father, he showed me his father head, and then he showed me somebody above. So that tells me somebody on the male side above Sebastian's dad. So that's how I know someone is with him. There was a male giving me information last time, which to me was a grandfather. Um, there that is. Okay. There's not a Don on here, right? I'm hearing the name Don, but that can just simply go back to um, both of these cases. I know Sebastian was hit or damage to his head, to the left side of his head, to be exact, because every now tomorrow I'm probably going to wake up and I'm going to have a headache again. Um, I'm just going to have to deal with it. That's how it happens to me. I just have to somehow get my energy grounded and just meditate with it. The left side of the head goes into my neck, into my shoulder, and into my arm on the left side. So most of the times, left-handed goes to the right. Excuse me. Left hand goes to the right, right goes to the left. So for me, this person's a right-handed person. Let's see. Can you tell me if you see correct? Okay. Right. Sebastian, are you still with us, dear? I hear the I hear the word clay. Again, I hear another word from earlier, but like I said, I have to leave that out. Please excuse me. How can we ensure that we get on all of your lives without fail? I'm so disappointed when I miss you after looking forward to the next. I don't know. I'm not sure how that happens. Most times I'm on a Friday or a Saturday. Most people that come on here know that, but I think, yes, live stream. What I'm going to do is just trying to start posting. I'm going to see if I can start posting live um, live date through the digest so we can start um, getting it. But I also post it to community too. um, I always tell people to pay attention to um, my community posts, because I will speak a lot. I share a lot there all the time. There is a Don in Ellie Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Don Parker, Deputy Sheriff. Well, when asked in one of the lives who is the Proudfoots linked to in that certain way, Don was a name being mentioned with the police, but there could be more than one Don. The first time I worked with Sebastian, I had a headache on that side of my body for 5 days. Hmm. Yeah, I whenever I post about a live, I post it on community. But I'll check the suggested digest too. So it should pop up on people's phones, I think, or um, anything in that nature. I'm hoping. I will just do my best in that venue to. I just go to community posts because it's a lot faster. It's there. People can see it. No, I don't think that's what it was. I do think there's a certain time frame that, um, for me, I feel the cops are sitting there with them, and off his body is being moved by the others. Yeah, my head was hurting me to the point where I just couldn't open my eye socket. It was awful. It was specifically my left eye. It was awful. I do have a Facebook, but I closed it down for a while because the Proudfoots were trying to hack it. So yeah, suggest so when you guys okay, make sure you choose all on notification drop down where you subscribe to my channel and look at the videos, some videos, or make sure you're touching the on bell. That gives you all notifications and everything like that. I seen Chris in an interview and he said it took him 17 hours to go get his fifth wheel, get things packed up, and bring it back to the house, which that's a lie because it doesn't take 17 hours. Everything about them are a lie. The parents, the in-laws, it's really a twisted situation. Jamie, if I told you what you eating, you'd be grossed out. Yeah, 10 hours unaccounted for. Well, and then someone put under my post, oh, they passed a poly. They all passed a poly. As I stated, if you're in the Army, it doesn't matter. You are trained to pass a poly if you're taken into enemy lines. Because the first thing they're going to do is strap your ass to a poly to see what you're lying about, or they'll use other tactics, which most times they do, to resort to, okay, if they can pass a poly, okay, let's see if they're telling the truth. We torture them a little bit. Michelle, you're going to go to my YouTube page. You're going to go under community when you go to my page. So probably can pull it up for you here. Hold on. Let's see. go to here. Okay, so you see where this is my live stating. There are over 300 people watching. You can go to shorts, you can go to lives, you can go to community, you can go to memberships. Okay. Now tap under that community and look how much stuff that I've posted. And there's so much stuff there that is interesting, facial, like what we saw tonight, you know, Caleb, things of that nature, more native things of that. But you see, as I post under there all the time. You probably can't even see that. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I post there all the time. Police have not announced that Proudfoot's passed the poly. They are saying they passed the poly. And as I've stated, why only do a poly for TBI? Why are they not? Now, I know if someone was going to pay for my poly, I'd gladly do it. Money you don't have to pay for. Or even if so, why didn't you take one for Nancy Grace, an outside source? Seth took one. Seth took one and passed it. So why won't Katie? No one finds it. The police, I just can't, like I said, I can't wrap my head around that police are just like okay with any of it unless there is a source there that is. And the first thing people are going to do is, oh, police must be involved with the whoever, right? The first thing people are going to assume that people are involved in the police, and except for I didn't put that together. Spirit told me. Just like I know when the Proudfoot family is on here, just like I know a man named Dan has been watching my videos that is related to the Bauer socks. Bauer socks. I mean, they will tell me who's on here, who's watching, who's looking. I'm not sure. This is totally out of character for this. I'm hearing the name Malik being said right now. This could be someone who's missing. This could be a cold case. This could be anything right now. If you guys want to look that up, please do so and give feedback on what that means. I just don't want to interact with that right now because I don't want to get off topic. But loyalty is royalty. I just don't believe that to be a reason why they're waiting. Nobody finds it strange that Katie has not been there one time. You don't find it strange they moved away. You don't find it strange. It's just so strange to me. It's not strange. We all know exactly what it is. Right. My throat's being bothered again. Oh, spirits will snitch to me. They definitely do. Look at my first live, I knew automatically they were there because I kept hearing their names being mentioned, and there goes the nasty comments that were being said about, they were on there. How do you think I found about the person named Don in the police force? Katie will not face Seth and tell him what happened to their son. She will have to face something at some point. Katie is absolutely hiding for a reason, and I don't understand why the police do not have her ass in an interrogation room. I do not understand why. Just like Chris, you've had all of those, from what I'm being told, 5, 6 more allegations against you, and they weren't told to the dad. Does not anyone not find that disturbing? As if I was Seth, I would sue Child Protective Services for keeping that hidden. I would find out if they're related, which I do feel there is relation there. I would also ask why they call the sheriffs instead of 911, because no matter what, you are always redirected to somewhere. So you have to make the proper calls. Why was he not listed in the beginning as a missing person and not a runaway? Or why was he listed as a runaway? There's a lot of upheaval that, but you have to understand, helping them buy time to do what they had to do with the body. There is a reason why. Yes, I do believe there are people that are genuine in this case that are looking for him. Some are police, yes, but I also think with the help, do it this way, do it this way. Why are they speaking with Katie and Chris when they're the ones with all the abuse allegations? Why wasn't his father told? TJ, I did hear, because I wanted to hear their voice, the interview. I'm going to go back to it because I just wanted to sit there with my eyes closed and listen to their voice. And as soon as I heard their voice, I knew right then and there they had done something to that child. I'm going to go back to it and I'm going to watch it. Malik Holmes has been missing since March. Oh, is that Memphis PD? Miss K, Purple Heart, Malik Holmes has been missing since March 6, 2024. So this is a new case. MPD. You heard that too. Memphis. Okay. Tennessee. Back to Tennessee. See the issue here. There's your Malik. Yes, there's Malik. That was freakish. I am going to add about 1 or 2 more mods, but I have a phenomenal one right now. Phenomenal. And she is just amazing. Every time, TJ, pay attention to Katie speaking. Chris will, if you pay attention to his body language, movement, or that's to make sure she's not up here in La La Land and mess up. And I think that's what jars her back into state of story. I know my first call would be, if my child's not in my home, my first thought, call 911. My child is not in my home. He's not in his bed. He's not outside. That means he's not on my property. Call 911. Tell them his uniqueness. Go from there. And then call your husband, call your wife, call your kids, call whoever else. Get everybody's asses to the house and go from there. That should always be the first priority. Get police there. Keep it going. Right. We're going back to redacted. Chris. Are we back, Sebastian? Um, I'm going to just say these few words because it is getting late. So the next, I'm going to be on here 5 more minutes, just till 2:30. I have the words redacted, Chris, mill, but this is a weird word, wand. Does that have a specific meaning, or is it just a wand? I'm hearing game handle. Is that what we call like a controller of some sort? Like a game controller? Hit. Prior. See this? If you pay attention to my lives, when I'm doing a live, got pen in my middle of my hand. When I'm doing a live, I notice when I get ready to close things down, it gets really active up really quick. Redacted, Chris, mill, wand, game handle, hit, prior, done, go. Done, go was before. Fire stick, maybe. I've heard of that before. Oh, police wand, that's another one. If your name on games like Facebook handle. I bought 2 air tags for my granddaughter for Amazon, 2 pairs of shoes. TJ, whenever go back and check. Yay. Your name on games. Okay. Oh, maybe that. Okay. Magic wand console. I think it has to do with the game handle. Now, the fire stick makes sense. Or now that I'm realizing, what about the Wii? With the Wii's, you had these like tennis rackets you could play. You had the handles that you move, and you have to stand and move. And it could be that. Game handle is the name you go when playing games. What's funny is when Katie is talking and Chris won't turn his head, but does he not know? Right. It's like his head wasn't moving, right? I'm assuming you mean this. And then the eyes, very strange person. Watch when they answer questions when they have a PS4. It's your screen name. Uncle Taco was a game handler name. Oh, okay. Wand makes you disappear. Whose bones with socks on it found in lake? Totally quiet. I was sent that. I actually, if I'm not mistaken, I responded to that. I'd have to go back and look, but no, that I don't believe that had to do with Sebastian. No. I definitely think there's something really wrong with the way it's being handled. Absolutely, because I need to go back. What was the Malik's last name again? because I'm hearing something that after that. Where did I go? Did I exit out? Where did I go? Did I X out the YouTube live? I must have. Darn it. I did. Darn it. Mm. Hi, I'm trying to get back on, guys. Okay. Let me get back onto my live because this is stuck. Okay.